Let's get a mic check right away, ladies and gentlemen. Mic check on 1. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. And yes, I did go in and change up the mic just a little bit to try to get a little static out. Nonetheless, it's going to be a lot of fun. Tuesday night, NR Night in America. A lot of new things to go ahead and talk about before we go ahead and drop the green flag. Keep an eye on it. This Friday night for round 3, you're going to see a little bit of a old style comeback with a little flair. Some new tournaments are back on their way. Let's go ahead and start off, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Jonathan Ramos, once again, the voice of NR. I want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in so far tonight as we get ready to rock and roll. We start off race 1 at Darlington, already set in. 80 laps, there'll be a day in tonight race, and a good amount of drivers already in there ready for bump day. Round number 2, Legacy, Texas. I know when I put it out on Twitter, on Instagram, on what was going on, everyone said, why are you bringing the Gen 4 with the high horsepower to New Texas? No, we're going back to Legacy, Texas. You can vote on how many laps race 2 will be as of right now. Excited to see how that goes down. We've had nothing but great racing at the old style Texas Motor Speedway. Without further ado, we head to round 3. There's just something up with the trucks at the short tracks. They've been nothing but great. They're going to continue to be amazing. Guess what? Trucks Iowa, the 7/8 mile out there in the Midwest. We'll see a date for round number 3 and round number 4, Nashville Super Speedway. That with the Nashville, should we say, the NASCAR Xfinity Series out there in Middle Tennessee. Gonna be a lot of fun. Let's talk about what's coming up this Friday night. We're gonna fast track it. Race 3 will see a tournament come back in NR Night in America. We used to do tournaments all the time back in 2021. We stopped it heading into 2022 when intermediates and super speedway racing became the new fad. With that, we lost a lot of short track races. Yes, we had the grassroots e-ticket events, but they're coming back in a 4-race style. Going to be a lot of fun to see how that goes. So the Truck Series will host short track tournaments for the next 4, 5, 6 weeks. Just 4 races for the tournament. Race 1 this Friday night as race number 3. Race 2 maybe next Friday or the Friday after that as race 3. And it's short tracks with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. So grassroots tracks like New Smyrna, Five Flags Speedway, Kern County, which is coming out soon, and the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway will be just one of the tracks in the first season. After 4 races, you'll see a turnaround with a new set of 4 races and a new tournament where you can see Hickory, Myrtle Beach, maybe even go to the Coliseum, maybe a dirt track as Eldora, a free track on the series of USA International, maybe even Langley. Opportunities endless. We'll continue to keep you up to date on how the tournaments will work throughout the entire stream. Let's go ahead and get ready to head trackside, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to go racing with round number 1. Michael Mitchum, top of the board at 28.87, has been able to go and lock that one in. Joseph Armstrong and company all lined up. Shot clock getting ready to go down to 0 as we get ready to go green. Michael Cormentis, Drake Berry, Drew Jua. You know, last time we used this car track combo, Matthew Brower was a driver you had to keep an eye on. Was crazy to see what he was able to go ahead and do. He almost won that race. Tonight in practice, he's up to 9th, hopefully qualifying up inside the Fast 4. Nathan Scott, keep an eye on him. Got a win recently at Las Vegas with the Gen 4 stock cars, currently 8th quickest, and Chad Thurnquist says he's back on a roll. Keep an eye on him. James Thurston in the 41 machine. Little controversy in the last e-ticket event. Had a lot of speed, had a lot of opportunities to go top of the board. James Thurston now driving number 41 machine, sitting 5th quickest. Where'd the controversy come down for? Well, halfway through the e-ticket event, the NWP 400. If you led lap 80, you got a $100 bonus. Well, James Thurston led lap 80. He wrecked a couple guys to go ahead and do it. Saw some controversy in the chat. Same with some drivers. James Thurston now goes 2nd quickest before we go qualifying. Gonna be a lot of fun to see what he can see. Vincent Gucci in the 6 machine on the racing surface. Max Steinmeier is back this time in a Ford as he's lined up on the inside lane of pit road. River Page, Ethan Stanley rolling. Robin Rawling, David Joyner, Andrew White in the Ford. The Next Gens are back in Darlington. Why are we doing on a Tuesday night versus a Friday night Thunder? Well, that's just because Friday night's still unknown if we will be streaming, depending on what I got going that weekend with short track racing in America. Joyner, White, Vincent Gucci, Robin Rawling, just some of the drivers looking to go ahead and possibly make the show. Joseph Armstrong in the house. Nathan Lyons rolling down the backstretch. There's Drew Jua to the outside in the Public Chevrolet. Lost the rear end, already sideways. McCarthy on the racing surface now. You got Dickens, Parker, James Thurston, Vincent Gucci. How about Matthew Brower in the 73? Brower down the back, would like to find his first win in NR Night in America. Michael Mitchum, Ethan Stanley. We all know Stan's the man. The question is he the man tonight? Known for winning on the road courses, known for winning in a lot of great scenarios, but guess what? He's never gotten it done from Darlington. Has shown speed, had a photo finish with Braden Mubbick before, but has never been able to capture top of the charts. Keep an eye on him as he works his way to the high banks of 3 and 4. Chad Thornquist top of the board at 29.09. Mitchum back by an 03. David Joyner to 6. Matt Steinmeier back to 11th. Dickens up the 4th. You got McCarthy. You got White. William Schmidt still rolling around to the outside. And out of the throttle. Will not be able to find a good lap so far, already outside the top 20 area. Contreras in the Toyota. Trying to get it done. James Thurston top of the board at 29.04. You got to keep up with speed. A 143, a 144, that's in the middle of the corner, and just that launch off when you start raising the charts on the right side. Keep an eye on Contreras in this race. Across the line, 7th quickest. Not going to go ahead and change. River Page to the high banks of 1 and 2. Page wanting something great, wanting something spectacular here tonight. Was not able to get that run back to the inside there at turns 1 and 2 down the backstretch. How about Jalen Parker? Finding the outside, safer barrier. Nathan Scott, there he is in the 6 machine. 19th quickest. We know has speed, at least crack the fast 4. He brings his Ford Mustang back to the line. Drew Jua goes 14th. Scott still 19th, no change. Now there is a change, he's up to 18th. 44 drivers going for 40 spots. Let's keep an eye on it. And they will bump 4 guys out of this race right now. Cody Workman on the cusp. Joseph Armstrong, another one, looking for speed. He's on the outside looking in as Joseph Armstrong looks to make the show. And we've seen it before with the Next Gens. We've seen it multiple times before in general, where you'll have big drivers miss the show, whether it's the duels, whether it's an e-ticket event qualifying from bump day, or just any scenario. We've seen Demos miss the show at Charlotte before by not being quick enough. We've seen Joe miss the show. Braden Mubbick, Ethan Stanley, they've all been in that scenario where they just missed out. Armstrong down the backstretch as he works his way to 3. Finds his way to the outside of 3 and 4. Joe sits 20th, so he's now in the show. The question is it top of the board? Green light sector 1, green light sector 2. Should find him up to 6, and he does. 13 back to James Thurston. And that should go ahead and wrap out your field of drivers going home from what it looks like. Will Shack on the outside looking in. Maybe, maybe not. He's actually on the fine side. Skeleton, Heller, maybe Watkins as well. We do see the fact that 40 drivers will take the green flag, but 4 will jump ship as they work their way to Texas for round 2. Thornquist 2nd, back by an 04. Mitchum Walker, that's your fast 4. And Aiden Walker was bumped from the NWP 400 by duels, as now he sits 4th quickest. Ethan Stanley, Joseph Armstrong up inside that top 6 as we get ready to go green. Time to get it done, ladies and gentlemen. 80 laps of action. Thurston, Thornquist, that's your top two. Mitchum back there with Walker, your fast forward. Top of your screen, you'll see where the manufacturers start. Ford, Toyota, row number 1. Chevrolet back there in row 2. They're going to lock it out with Walker and Mitchum. Stands the man in his 92. You know, Ethan Stanley was a driver that got a big highlight there on TikTok, over 400,000 views, and a big highlight there on the YouTube Shorts, well over 70,000. Stanley trying to get it done here from Darlington Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. If you're just tuning in, you want to help out for tonight on this Tuesday night action, feel free to drop a like on the stream. 400 likes tonight, you'll get round number 5, and the races look to be quick. 80 laps round 1. We look at right now the polling here for Texas, now trending to 90 laps for race number 2. The viewers have spoken up. It's either going to be 90 laps or it's going to be 60 laps. So if you haven't voted already, go ahead and do so as we get ready to drop the green flag. Buys is in, Myers is in, and we look at the bottom of your screen to see who's out. Will Shack, Heller, Wayne, and that looks to go ahead and actually be it. 3 drivers bumped out of this one, Heller, Wayne, and Shack, as 40 drivers will take the green flag. Next time by, we'll go ahead and see the one to go. Chad Thornquist lined up. Michael Mitchum has never won a race in NR Night in America. That looks to change as we get ready to take the green flag. So we'll put the yellow lights back on as we get ready to go green. Want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in on this Tuesday night. What did you think of the e-ticket event just 1 week ago? Here's the news flash for you all if you haven't already heard. 1, it was the highest viewed e-ticket event on a concurrent viewership. Number 2, it was the highest concurrent viewership for any e-ticket event. When it came down to that average viewership, it was 900 average, should we say. 1462 peak concurrent, and we say thank you to NWP. The third time around was definitely one of the best e-ticket events we've ever held. Toyota, Chevrolet, that's on the outside row. Ford, Chevrolet downstairs. Let's go and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. 40 drivers get it done of the 44 that enter, and everyone else gets ready for the great state of Texas. 1 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Next time by, we're going full son to turn 1. Day and night cycle for the Darlington Raceway. Marty Shamela, brand new paint scheme. Joseph Armstrong on the outside. He had a big battle there with Chad Thornquist. How about just a year ago? They got into it off turn number 2, prompt in the yellow. And Joseph Armstrong had the strategy to go to victory lane. Last time we went here to Darlington Raceway, just 1 caution. Will this change with the next gens as the Southern 500 will be live? This coming up Sunday night. Thornquist locked in, wheel to wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Crowd on their feet this time by as we get ready to roll. Race 1 of 4, that's guaranteed tonight. Will we see more? Let's find out. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road. And for the final stream in August, the next gens come to life from South Carolina. So without further ado, let's light the fuse from the Darlington Raceway. Thurston the edge down into turn number 1. Mitchum on the inside was able to find a bite as Thurston goes wide. You still have Thornquist right in line, trying to block both lanes as they work their way down the back. Stanley sideways way in the rear. Gets it collected. Thornquist on the outside, lined in with Thurston. Ford, Toyota, put a Chevrolet in the mix, but no one's going to stop the blue oval up front. Thurston leads lap number 1. Got Chad back there in second. Mitchum watching on, best opportunity to win his first race. Couple machines down the flat, way in the back, but we stay green. Lions on the move back there in 9th. You got Walker up to 7th. Brower, Parker, all trying to find their way forward. Joe's under pressure, Matthew Brower. Watching, waiting there in the wake. Michael Mitchum is right to the rear end. There at Thurston. Found his way around Chad Thornquist back there in 2nd. Now, should we say 3rd? Thornquist going to scrape the wall up to the high banks of 1 and 2. Armstrong in 4th. Brower back to 5th. Jalen Parker. Benjamin Walker. Should we say Aiden Walker back there in 7th. Battle for the lead. Ford, Chevrolet, Thurston holding on, that's for now. I like what Mitchum's doing here on this bottom. He's trying to get him washed up and into that outside wall. Force the driver into a mistake. But it's not going to work. Another shot working his way to turn 3. Chevy on 4, and that's the top 2. Toyota in another one. Back there in 4, Joseph Armstrong, one of the biggest movers early on. Working lap 4, now 5 out of 80. Here's the biggest movers on the right side here. It's green. Drew Jua up 4 spots. Royer back there in the 23rd position. Up 11-10, now fading fast as he drops outside that top 22. Armstrong up 2 spots. Mitchum up 1 as he gets ready to fight for the lead. Still back there at 22. Saving tires is everything. We know Chad Thornquist knows how to do it, but James Thurston has never had the best luck of keeping that Ford out front. Still under pressure from the Chevrolet. Walker, Lyons, Contreras. There's Contreras lined up with Jua, and that Public Chevrolet is just stalking the rear end of the Toyota. A look to the inside. Wants the spot, we'll go ahead and get it. Here's the battle for the lead. Chevy versus Ford. Chad Thornquist sideways on the flat. Around in the middle of the field. Does he get it recollected? He doesn't. The caution's going to wave. Not able to get it back going. And with the single car spins back from the rear, we'll see the caution for the first time tonight. A lot of damage on the side of the 67. And this is going to rack them all back up. Want to say thank you to everyone tuning in tonight as we get ready to go ahead and race well into the AM hours. This is race 1 of 4 that's guaranteed here tonight. If your first ever stream was the NWP 400 and you returned, we say welcome back. But for Chad Thornquist, it's the same song, second verse, with making mistakes early in these races. Let's watch back. And so he's back here in 3rd right now, and you can tell that he's been pushing it hard off corner exit. You've seen that rear end really step out a lot. You see it right here. Boom, sideways off turn 2. Went all the way down to the inside. And almost lost that spot to Armstrong. You see Matthew Brower on his horse trying to go in and find his way around the 2 machines in front. But just like that, same mistake. Lost that rear end back to the inside, exiting turn 4. Tried to catch it, was not able to. And was finally trying to lock it down before hitting that outside wall. Dirt tracked it back to the right side, but still got impact. I believe that was from Contreras there. Toyota on Toyota. Bam, just smacked that right side. And Contreras was able to find the outside wall as the caution waves for the first time. Pit road, it's wide open. Drew Jua, Max Swearigan staying out. That's James Thurston down and in. Hit him in Mitchum. Have been having a great battle so far tonight. I'm excited to see what that 38's able to do as this race continues on. Keep an eye on him. Chad Thornquist now missing his stall, overshooting it as he got one off and away. That's the 43 machine. Watkins will most likely have to come back in. I don't think it was a 2 or 4 tire strategy. James Thurston, Michael Mitchum, Matthew Brower, Nathan Lyons all coming out. That's back to 7th. Walker, Parker all coming in as well as we get ready to see the green flag. And the question is now, where's Joseph Armstrong? Might have went ahead and made a mistake. There he is. Armstrong caught up in the pits, comes out 20th. Schmidt back to 15th. Marty Shamela there in the 39 as well. As we get ready to go ahead and see the green flag. So Drew Jua and Max Swearingen will be your front runners. They will not have the cold tires that the drivers 3rd, 4th, 5th, and beyond will have to go ahead and deal with, but they will have struggles if this race goes green. Keep an eye on that as we get ready to stack them back up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one to go here from the Darlington Raceway. Swearingen on the outside. Michael Mitchum has been bullet fast within the first 10 laps of this race. The fastest Chevrolet on track. Drew Jua has never won a race on a non-super speedway. This could be his first tonight. Love the action, love what we're gonna see. And we want to say thank you to everyone tuning in tonight. We're reading that live chat. Feel free to vote on how many laps for race number 2. If you love the racing so far, drop a like on the stream. 400 likes. We will see round number 5. 70 laps to go for the Darlington Raceway as the pace car makes a hard left onto pit road. Crowd back on their feet one more time. Does Max have a strategy to find victory lane? Toyota and Chevrolet, we're back underway. Jua clearing down into turn number 1. Got Thurston on that bottom, really trying to squeeze Swearingen wide. Oh, contact. They're able to save it. Swearingen in a second. Mitchum into 3rd, highest placing driver that's now found pit road. First career win at Darlington, that's a lot to say. Most recent first time winner, Dawson Sutton, that was Myrtle Beach. 2 machines around the back, Robin Rawling. Off the racing surface we stay green. Drew Jua has said goodnight early on, a 6-2 lead over Max Swearingen. Found his way ahead, more machines way in the back, sliding. Relaxed, yellows on the restart. Brower up into Walker, Nathan Lyons on the flag. Shuffling about, lap 13 out of 80. I think it was the right call by this top 2 to stay out. They saved tires just in case they found a yellow, but it's just a hornet's nest back there, and you don't want to be caught up in someone else's mess. But if Michael Mitchum can find victory lane, he will join Jacob Quill, Dawson Sutton, and a few others to get it done in the month of August. Keep it on his Chevrolet to the inside. Now the outside, should we say, coming back to the start-finish line. Max Swearingen not gaining at all. Now he's under pressure for the Chevrolet. Wanting something to give, Max Swearingen to the wall. Catches a straight, falls back to 3rd. And Mitchum will find 2nd. Drew Jua has still have that massive lead out in front. James Thurston back there in 4th. Lap 15 out of 80. A lot of single car spins way in the back, but if it's not up front, they're not going to call it. Keep the racing close up here. You see Joseph Armstrong already up 8 spots as a drop of the green flag. And another one that may need a yellow after that abysmal pit exit. Nathan Scott back in 13th. James Thurston finding his way around Swearingen, and now it's the drop of the ball of the Toyota Camry, going from 2nd to 4th in a couple of laps. The only thing is, Jua once again is on that older tire. See him already slipping and sliding a little bit more than Mitchum. Mitchum's got a little more grip coming off corner exit. Made up time, that time in Sector 1. Was 1:14 back, now under a second. Jua, Mitchum, Thurston, Max Swearingen, Matthew Brower, all lined in up inside the top 5. He's got something for him. James Thurston, another driver that's gotten it done for Darlington before, trying to close that gap on the driver in 2nd. But he also knows when Mitchum catches Jua, there's going to be a dogfight, so automatically he's going to close on in with the wheel-to-wheel racing. A tough navigation around the lap machines closes it back to an 8-0. So lap 18 out of 80. A lot of racing left to go. But a first-time win is on the horizon. Here comes Thurston back in third. Mitchum also almost got his first win at Myrtle Beach. He had that bump and run with Lyons right behind. There was Sutton. 5-5 back. There in second. Farther in the field, Chad Thornquist has dropped the ball back in 15th. Daniel Mosteller up to 7th. Aiden Walker back in 8th. That's William Schmidt right to the rear end. Schmitty downstairs, wheel to wheel. Schmidt finds 8th. Walker back to 9th to the high banks. There are 3 and 4. Well, but Moses doing right here, just running his own race. Way out in front. A lot of slides off turn 4. Way in the back. Never mind. We stay green. Thurston has caught Mitchum. That's now half a second between second and third. But Mitchum has caught Jua. The gap now a 4-2. With 3-car dogfight. Max Swearingen under fire. Here comes Brower. Matthew Brower back in the month of May. Almost got a win for the Darlington Raceway. Had it taken from him in the closing laps. Now he's trying to find his way up inside the fast 4. Can't find a way around Swearingen. Now he does to the outside of turn 2. Swaggy drops back, says goodbye to 6. River Page on the move as well. Michael Mitchum stuck in his prey. Drew Jua and company. That's a 3-3 the difference. Still has Thurston there as well. Now a 7-2. Top 3 under a second. Matthew Brower. 2 seconds, maybe less now. Back there in 4th. River Page, Max Swearingen. Swaggy needs a yellow. You got Mosteller. Armstrong up to 11th. Needs a re-rack of the field to have something work. But here's the battle for the lead. To turn 1. Mitchum on the inside. Jua running wide. He's trying to get to that quarter panel. Force him into a mistake. Trying to catch that outside wall. He's able to hold on. James Thurston now joining the convoy as the top 3 are closing in nearly under a second and a half. Let's rephrase that. Well under a second and a half. Trying to close in under half a second. He's got 12 the difference right to that rear end. Flying wide near the wall. Michael Mitchum's able to tag it. Here comes Thurston. Now 3 back to the driver of the Catbird. Drew Jua is going to be defensive for the rest of this race. He knows this thing could go green. You don't usually have a lot of cautions for the Darlington Raceway with how spread out things usually get. Mitchum not done just yet. Right back to the rear end. Peeking, maybe an opportunity. The look downstairs. 10 the difference. Back to a 12. He's got to size up Drew Jua. His best case scenario is finding a way on that outside and just locking it up near the wall. But Jua's making this racetrack wide. Darlington, the racing surface, very narrow. But you ever see Jua run the outside lane, run the dotted line downstairs, and just keep Mitchum at bay? James Thurston back to a 6-2. The idea, save tires, hold on to it, and just do not make a mistake because something's going to snap out of this top 2. Mitchum back to the bottom. Jua running the middle, still no difference. 27 out of 80. It's right there. You can hear this crowd getting back on their feet. Drew Jua looking for his first win on a non-super speedway. Michael Mitchum looking for his first ever, and James Thurston would like to add another win as he is still the most winningest driver in NR Night in America. The look one more time. I'll keep an eye there on Mosteller back there in 5th. One time got a race win here on a bold strategy. decided not to pit. That was with the Legacy trucks and found victory lane doing it. Mitchum can't find a way around Chua. Now the look to the inside. Drives it in deep to turn 3. Chua going wide. Mitchum on the bottom. Michael Mitchum, the advantage to turn 1. If he's just able to slide it on in there, trying to clear with the rear end. He's got it. Michael Mitchum, top of the board from South Carolina. Now what can Chua do? Look at the inside. James Thurston has caught them both and is looking for the lead. He's got Matthew Brower back there as well. 4 drivers under a blanket. Brower has closed into a 6.5, working lap 30 out of 80. Chua up near the safer barrier. Thurston with the squeeze. James Thurston into second. Locks it on in. That perfect move kept them behind. But Matthew Brower's there as well, wants to find a way through. The game of inches from the Darlington Raceway. Mitchum checking out for now. The gap still a 3-0. James Thurston able to close on in. Couple spins back to the rear, no caution. Brower back and forth. Armstrong back in 9th. Mosteller trying to make this a 5-car race, working their way to turns 3 and 4. They're still well under halfway. Darlington, one of the hardest tracks to master here on iRacing, let alone in the lower 48. Which is why relaxed yellows are on unless something goes south up front. Brower can't find his way around Chua. And Thurston's able to close on in on Mitchum. Mosteller in 5th. Schmidt back to 6th. River Page into 7th. It's going to be a tough scenario trying to find their way through. Mitchum's able to hold on. Lap 33 out of 80. Thurston trying to close that gap. Drew Chua just will not give in with Matthew Brower stalking. A push to the rear end. Bump, dump, see ya. Chua to 4th. Brower into 3rd. And Moses now got the opportunity to find his way through the number 4 machine. From 1st to 4th since the restart, here comes Thurston. Closing on into a 2-0. So got Chua back there and forward watching on. Nemos trying to get something done. Mosteller, the drive off turn 2, no competition. Chua will yield. Schmidt finds his way into 6th. River Page into 7th. Joseph Armstrong has Matthew Brower and company behind. That's Northcutt back to 9th. Shamela into 10th as this entire pack continues to get re-racked as they work their way on lap 35. Thurston into the wall. 19 the difference. It's been a while since we've done this car track combo. You can see how tough it is to drive. Thurston on the outside. Man, Brower just shunted it on in. Was somehow able to make it stick. 3 drivers under half a second working lap 36. Thurston stalking. Brower's watching. Mitchum will have to be defensive for a good portion of this race still as they work their way down the back. Gonna have to be smart. Chevy on forward. Thurston a higher entrance. Up to the outside, rolls the center well, gets a better bite off corner exit than Michael Mitchum. That's the difference. Darlington Raceway, an on-racing track, should we say, on shape. Look at the right side of your screen. That's where all the drivers are running on this racing surface. A big egg-like track. Turns 3 and 4 is shaped this way because there's a massive lake behind it. And when they were developing this racetrack, they had to make sure they, well, fit the entire track. How did they do that? Narrow the corners up, and it's made it one of the most difficult tracks to race at. Keep an eye on it as this race continues on. That's why you see Mitchum a little bit better in turn one. He's better on the fastest end of the raceway, but when it gets tight and you gotta lay out the throttle more, see Thurston and Brower get a little bit of advantage. How about Thurston up into the wall? Brower is there, stalking, looking for an opportunity. Just can't seem to find that drive. Drew Jua, for the most part, has stopped the bleeding. A second and change back there in fifth. One of the drivers that did not pit, Max Swearingen, on the other hand, has dropped like a rock. Say goodbye to him as he's well outside that top 20. Here comes Thurston again. Jua in the fourth. Mosteller downstairs. Caught that wall, loose off corner exit. What can Thurston do to find his way around the Chevrolet? Bow tie in first, bow tie in third. The Mustang stuck in the middle like a sandwich. To the rear. Mitchum got loose off corner exit. He saw Thurston had a better drive off. Still down within a 10. Ladies and gentlemen, when they cross the start-finish line, welcome to halfway. Here comes Thurston around the outside, trying to get it done. Mitchum able to shut the door back off. And Brower's just watching, creeping, trying to see if he can find an advantage. Mitchum back to the outside. Sees the whites in the eyes of the 41. Here comes Thurston to the inside. Thurston drives it in deep. Mitchum's not going to let him clear. Oh, I don't know about that. Mitchum lost the wheel. James Thurston, top of the board. Brower downstairs, now wheel to wheel. The battle for second, and Drew Jua's right back in this thing. Mitchum fading to an 8.6. He's going to be mirror driving right here. I don't think Matthew Brower's going to like that. Allowing James Thurston to really pull away. 7-4 the difference. Tire wear, an issue. As this race continues on, the question is who's able to save versus not. They can get to the end on fuel, we think. But on tires, that's the real question. If they start struggling too much, they may be called to pit road. Here comes Brower to the inside off turn 2. Chevy on Chevy, the dogfight to turn 3. Mitchum able to squeeze. Brower to the inside. Drew Jua is there and is watching for an opportunity. Mitchum's just not able to get that drive. You can see Brower so much better to the center of the corner. Trying to get him loose, washes him wide. Mosteller in 5th. Trying to get it done, Joseph Armstrong back to 7th. Mitchum, Brower, Drew Jua and company. Lap 45 out of 80. This race is already coming to a close. Very quick 80-lap race for race number 1. Brower going wide, watching it, trying to find an opportunity. Here's the thing. Michael Mitchum, still relatively new to NR. In that case, I mean running up front. See him there, sitting there in second, trying to find an opportunity. But Matthew Brower's way quicker. If he doesn't allow him by, and you can see Mitchum's not gaining time at all, Brower might use that bumper, get that Chevrolet out of the way, which will cost Mitchum even more time and cost him a big opportunity at finding the checkered flag in the first position. Keep an eye on it because certain drivers have a certain fuse. Some it's big, some it's small. Matthew Brower still looking for his first win, lined up there in 3rd. And the question is, when's the breaking point? Mosteller 5th, William Schmidt back there in 6th. Here's the battle. Whoa, River Page sideways off corner exit, bringing the caution out for the second time. Caught Michael Mitchum. And we're gonna see a restart. and that's going to change things up. River Page, driver the number 24. When he raced the Southern 500, he didn't even do close to well, should we say. Four-car battle, man. If that thing went green, we were going to have something to watch. It was going to be a strategy fight. Now it's going to come down to a 30-lap shootout. Let's go see what happened. It was coming off turn number 4. Lost the rear end. We've seen that a lot tonight, but once again, taking out some front runners back there. Marty Shamela brings the caution out. Relaxed yellows for Incident Sway in the back, but up front, not that case and scenario. Let's go ahead and ride on board with River Page for the entire lap. This is exactly what he's seeing the entire run. And you can see him struggling. You see Joe up there struggling as well. Counter steering, watching on. That's Shamela right behind him. This is the drive on entry. And you see how far he's got that wheel turn. Trying to keep it off the wall. Lost that rear end. And pow, right to the inside wall. Caution will wave for the second time. Pit road, it's wide open. Drew Jua, the strategy call, was able to pit with everyone else. Might come out the race leader. The drag race off. It's all Chevrolets behind a Ford as James Thurston wins the race off. Mitchum, Jua, Brower, Schmidt, Walker, Thurston. We'll have a lot of people to go ahead and keep track of as he will go ahead and lead us back to the green flag. This is what it's going to come down to. Restart coming from Darlington. A fun, interesting run right here. Next time by, we'll see the one to go. 30 laps exactly. To see how this goes down. If you're new to NR Night in America, no stages. We don't do that here. You'll see the green flag. Next flag will be the checkered flag unless something goes wrong in the middle of the race. Let's get ready to go green. Mosteller, Armstrong. Joe had a poor pit stop the first time around. Will now be lined up with Mose as we get ready to see the green flag. Drivers going around, getting their laps back. James Thurston lined in. Michael Mitchum right behind. Restart coming up now. What lane do you choose? Inside, outside? Well, guess what? No choose cone. So Michael Mitchum will be on the outside lane. Drew Jua downstairs. Matthew Brower back and forth. Will jump to the outside. William Schmidt, Aiden Walker, Demos back there with Armstrong. Nathan Scott trying to find his second win. Should we say third win in NR Night in America. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go this time by. "30 laps to go for the Darlington Raceway." Ford, Chevrolet, Thurston, and Mitchum have been the class of the field so far tonight. Drew Jua, the bold strategy will get him restarting in third. Matthew Brower trying to win one for the underdogs. Two drivers in the Fast Four looking for their first win. For James Thurston, just trying to add another tally to the win column. Drew Jua trying to find his first win on a non-super speedway. Schmidt's won here before, and he gets it done by closing it out. He's back in fifth. Aiden Walker trying to find his first win in a long time on a non-short track, should we say, and Nathan Scott loves those intermediates. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. Pace car, hard left onto pit road. Thurston downstairs, Mitchum on the outside, grab a gear just one more time. 30 laps to go for the Darlington Raceway. Jua in tow down to turn number 1. See if they get that bite. You see Mitchum trying to look to the inside. Thurston loose off corner exit. There goes the 38. Into the inside wall. Caution's going to wave again. And 2 drivers. And we're trying to find glory for the first time. Find themselves around down the backstretch. Legacy, Texas, race number 2. Final moments for voting. Either it's a 60-lap race or a 90-lap race. With this race going by so quick, might as well vote 90. Also, if you love the racing action, you love the excitement, feel free to drop a like on the stream. Already 100 likes, 100 plus likes, should we say. We get the 400. Guess what? We get round 5. You, the viewers, vote. Let's go see what happened. And that outside lane just did not get going. Mitchum the bite to the inside. Road wide. He tried to put his chips in the middle right here. He tried to find his way around Jua. But the cold tires, that's what made the difference. Him and Brower got sideways. And the inexperience out of the 38 will bring the caution out once again. For James Thurston, it's something he loves to see. For everyone else, you'd have to rack them and stack them. Let's look inside on the restart. Now he gets well up the 4th gear. Look at how much he's turned the wheel. You can just hear the tires screeching with the rear. We're just not able to predict it. Slams the inside wall and the caution's gonna wave again. Mitchum down on pit road, and that might just go ahead and put the axe and the opportunity for finding his first win. This puts Jua into 2nd, Schmidt into 3rd, Armstrong into 4th. So the veterans of NR Night have now taken over back with this top 6. Mosteller, Walker, Armstrong, who knows how to go to victory lane. And we're looking now at a 25-lap shootout from the Darlington Raceway. Time to go ahead and get it refired. Robin Rawling, a lot of damage to him. Around the outside, working his way around. 40 drivers took the green flag here tonight. A bunch of them just looking to get their laps back from incidents throughout this entire race that we have not called for cautions. And we'll get ready to try it again. Who's ready for tournaments to make a return to NR Night in America this Friday night? Short track shootouts will be a new thing. Race 3 on this Friday night. The trucks take over New Smyrna for race number 1. That's right, every 4 weeks on a Friday night, race 3, that will be a tournament race. Only 4 races in the tournament, and after those 4 races, we have a whole new set schedule. Hickory, Myrtle Beach looks to be on the schedule at some point. Right now the schedule looks New Smyrna, race 1, Fairgrounds with the trucks, race 2, Five Flags Speedway with the trucks, race 3, and Kern County Speedway unofficially will be the finale for the first ever short track shootout, as long as it comes out on iRacing once the championship race gets fired and underway. We're looking at every Friday night race 3, and if it's not a Friday, let's say because we have a race that night for the NASCAR Cup Series, so they would be racing on Friday night, for the Xfinity Series or for the Truck Series. Well, guess what? Race will most likely move to a Sunday night, but nonetheless, if it's Friday night, we're streaming. You can expect race 3 to be a tournament race with the Truck Series at these grassroots racetracks. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go, 25 laps to find a winner. Drew Jua. Ford Chevrolet, row number 1, the Toyotas have taken over row number 2, William Schmidt, Joseph Armstrong. Beautiful night of action. Beautiful crowd on this Tuesday night. And we're getting ready for one of those classic NR Night in America finishes. Lined up 2x2, ready to retake the green flag. Thurston in the Ford, Jua in the Chevrolet. Back underway, they're stacking up in the rear. Caution's gonna wave again. Drew Jua did not get going, spun the tires and brought drivers with them. And we will see the caution flag once again. Now that was a poor restart, not even close. That's twice now. We've had issues on these restarts. Let's watch back. Jua on the outside, lined up with Armstrong. Did he get a tap? No, he just didn't even get going. And wadded them all up. Nathan Scott involved as well. Let's look at it again. Trying to get a better view of them. You can see Joseph Armstrong all over the rear end, but you go in the restart zone in NR Night in America for the restarts. Watch again. Joe's going. Drew did not get going. And just brought them all together. That's embarrassing. What started off as a very clean race, now 2 cautions back to back, and James Thurston will have less drivers to worry about as we get ready for the restart. So now Schmidt goes into second, Walker into third. Armstrong back to fourth, Mitchum, Cody Workman, another one looking for his first win. As we get ready to try it all again, pit road wide open. Bomar will be back on the lead lap, Drake Berry. All lined in as the left sides go up on the 4. Well, another opportunity at a restart. Walker back there in third. Joseph Armstrong back there in fourth. Sizing up, getting ready. Contreras on pit road, and you saw a lot of these guys coming in. At one point, it was a 30-lap shootout. Then a 24-lap shootout. Now you got 22 working, 21 to go in this race. And options are running limited for a lot of these drivers back there that needed green flag racing to possibly find their way through. Mitchum in 5th, Cody Workman back to 6th, Matthew Brower, who knew this track was going to be his best opportunity to find victory lane, also on pit road. Contreras lined in. As some of these other guys get ready for the restart. Thurston, that 41 machine. On Saturday, we all saw that beautiful machine go up and over. I'm telling you, that's one of the nicest schemes in the Cup Series. I don't care what anyone says. Ryan Priest, heck of a ride. I was at the race, actually. And seeing it from my vantage point, man, that was unreal. Unbelievable. I've never seen a car go that high, and I've seen Austin Dillon hit the catch fence in person. I've seen Ryan Newman go airborne in person. The 2500, Ryan Priest with a wild ride. Luckily, he was okay. But nonetheless, that is a wreck to remember. As now James Thurston likes to avenge that by bringing that machine to victory lane. We'll see the one to go this time by, as we'll have now a 19-lap shootout to find victory lane. Working nearly 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. So we get ready to see the green flag once again. Nathan Scott still on pit road. Mosteller back on the lead lap. Joseph Armstrong on the outside, lined up and ready to go back racing. River Page, Max Steinmeier, Northcutt, Bomar, Contreras. We are projecting possibly 60 drivers going for 43 spots for race number 2. Keep an eye on that. Armstrong once again a blinking issue out of that 20 machine on the outside lane. Let's try it again. 4 cautions this race. We did have that long green flag run, but now a shootout to determine the winner. Relax, yellows are on. Keep an eye on it. Time to go back green. Pace car down and away. Ford, Toyota, Chevy, Toyota. All lined in. Grab a gear just one more time. 19 to go for the Darlington Raceway. Armstrong slotting in line to the inside. Thurston able to get away. Walker right behind, back by 2, maybe 3 car lengths. Joe's got the speed. You can see how quick he is off corner exit. Spin, hit, way in the back. Never mind, we stay green. Walker down to a 15. 18 laps to go. Double seal car inches, way in the back. Max Steinmeier sliding off turn 4. Walker scraping the fence. Schmidt in trouble, now goes Armstrong as Mitchell makes a move to the inside. Found his way through. Schmidt wants to find a way around Walker. Walker making it very difficult. Aiden now slams the fence. Cody Workman around into the inside wall. Single car incident, we stay green, let him race. Schmidt in the second, closing in on Thurston. Got the opportunity. Mitchum to the bottom. Walker to defend. And this is the battle we're going to see tonight. Toyota versus Ford as they enter the Sweet 16. 16 remaining from South Carolina. Mitchum downstairs. Walker fighting the good fight. Chevy on Chevy. Another drive off corner exit, and the best case scenario for that 38 machine was a caution after his incident, but Schmidt is there. 4-6 now the difference to James Thurston. Relax, yellows on. Once again, this race could go green all the way through. The question next will be the lap machines as they work their way to 1. Walker on the outside, Mitchum trying everything to hold that 93 at bay. 1-2 machines in the fence. Caught that wall. What can Schmidt do? His entrance is just horrendous. Down to turn 3. That's where he's losing all that time. It's on corner edge. He has no speed off. That's why the gap's back to a 6. Well, at least that's in turn 3. And Thurston's just able to ride high on cloud 9. Back to turns 1 and 2. 6-8. 6-7 the difference. Walker yields. See a Mitchum in the third. 5-5 now the difference. He's trying to make up so much on entry. With the next gen, you have to get that drive off exit. That's the only way you're going to make up time. Momentum base, that's what you got to keep an eye on. 6-4 back. Walker, no space. And the question is now, can Thurston at least hold on to his tires for 13 laps to find victory lane? He's won multiple times in the Carolinas. Charlotte. He has its name, including for wins in race 1. Would like to add Darlington to the tracks he's won at in the Carolinas consistently. 12 to go as they work their way off turn 2. Armstrong finds the safer barrier. Really to get anything out of it. You see Mitchum still there in third. 2 seconds back. Schmitty losing time. 11 to go. To turn 1. Yeah, you just see the exit point. Thurston just so much more consistent. Actually lost time there, should we say. He went way too wide, way too free to the center. And put Schmidt back in this race, but with Darlington being completely different in 1 and 2 versus 3 and 4. It's interesting to see how Jarvis is able to run it. Schmidt back in this race, 10 to go. 5 the difference for Toyota. We've seen photo finishes and wild incidents, should we say, in the closing laps in South Carolina before. Do we see another? Lap machine, Cody Workman, involved in the incident, will be now lined right up in front. Thurston in tow, lined up with Schmidt. Mitchum closing in ground. Down to a 169, might need a yellow or a mistake out of the top 2, 9 to go. Thurston in the wall. It's the second time he's made a mistake in turns 1 and 2. Schmidt is there, still under a 7. One around to the inside, Alt F4, say see ya. 8 laps to go. Still back to 7 the difference. See Schmidt trying to go to make up that time. Cody Workman, River Page, next drivers in line. 5-7 the difference. Just so much better in turn 1. If he can just capitalize here late in 3 and 4, just stop the bleeding, he'll have a shot at winning this race. River Page in the wall once again, gets up out of the way. Schmidt still back by a 6-7. That's just his Achilles heel. Thurston has company. Cody Workman, get ready for the dirty air to dump on the nose of the Ford. 5-9 the difference. Back to 3 and 4. Looks top, gets the opportunity. 6 to go from Darlington. Mitchum closing on in there on that outside lane. 1 second the difference between him and William Schmidt. I wonder if Schmidt's gonna let him by. That 38 has the speed possibly to find James Thurston. Driving like he stole it. Schmidt stays in front, 5 to go. Mitchum to the inside. Tries it, wasn't able to get in. James Thurston can pull away over a second. Mitchum downstairs. Biggest mover on the restart. Back wheel to wheel. Not able to clear. Still tough. He's trying something big. The drive into 1. Schmidt holds him back. I think he was hoping for Schmidt to let him by. Not the case at all. To the rear end. Trying to shove him out of the groove. Schmidt holds his lane. Michael Mitchum now finds second, but still can't clear. Yeah, he needed to not have that mistake on that 1 restart. Could have been dogfighting for the win instead of second. Schmidt in the wall. 3 laps to go, comes to 2. This time by, and that 38 just will not give up the fight. Now finds his way into second to lock it in. Yeah, look at all that time he lost. That's a 182. James Thurston, the most winningest driver in NR Night in America, won the halfway bonus in the NWP 400. Now will work his way on turn 4 with 1 last lap to get it done. Salamanca, 1 to go from South Carolina. Mitchum gaps Schmidt. Schmidt under fire, and that's now Walker in tow. 1 last position. That 93 wants the podium. Schmidt finds the wall once again, but nobody will catch James Thurston here tonight. sealed the deal on that last restart with 19 to go to walk his way to victory lane. James Thurston victorious for the Darlington Raceway. Mitchum second, Schmidt comes third. Mosteller and company all lined in behind, and that's how it's gonna end. Race 1 in the books, Texas, round number 2. Right after this. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. And James Thurston will find victory lane. New icon for him, the number 4, as the 41 will go ahead and burn it down. Let's go ahead and talk to your race winner. Thurston able to go ahead and get it done. We head to Texas right after this, ladies and gentlemen, where bump day will be settled. How many laps? Is it 60 laps? Is it 90 laps? That was a very quick race, so I'd have no problem doing a 90-lap race for race number 2. That's it. The viewers want it. Still separate over 485 votes. Keep an eye on that. Thurston, it's a John. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy.
Well, fun way to go ahead and end that race. Able to get it done. Walk me through it.
There were times there I didn't know I was going to be able to hang on to it. That thing was probably the loosest that I've ever driven a next-gen car.
A lot didn't like the setup. Heard a lot of complaining about it in the middle of the race. Do you think the setup was good? Was it not? I mean, you had a good battle there, but once guys start making too many mistakes, that's when we realized, man, this is a really hard car track combo. And you're able to capitalize by keeping that car straight. How hard was it to keep it straight?
It was a real challenge to keep it straight at times. It took it a good, I mean, like 10, 15 laps into a run before it would like not want to just wreck itself every corner.
Wow.
But I mean, I think it definitely pulled the skill out of some guys and put them up front, and other guys that didn't have enough skill and ended up wrecking. But yeah, I hit the wall a couple times and didn't mess the car up that much. But with like 3 to go or so, I was looking at a lap car on the bottom on the front stretch, and I ran into the wall. That was not because of the car. That was just a lack of awareness. But
oh wow,
yeah, just a lot of fun though. I didn't really expect to come in here and be that fast, but it's great to come in here and just do that. This paint scheme's awesome. Unfortunately, ended up having that horrible wreck at Daytona, but yeah.
It was definitely something to see, but you're able to find a victory lane. What's great is the fact that everyone watching back at home can tell, ooh, this is a tough car track combo. You can tell when a lot of mistakes are being made, and the next thing you know, we're like, relax, yellow's on. Let's see if they can go ahead and bring this one home. But hey, clearly you earned it. I mean, that was the big thing. The big takeaway, at least to me, was you didn't just walk on in there and just like somehow catch lightning in a bottle late. You were up front to begin with. You had a battle with Mitchum. Some were saying that the splitter was rubbing the track. Was that making a big difference in any way?
That's what it felt like, but I'm gonna look here at the replay and just kind of look at what the car kind of looked like it was doing, and it didn't look like it was really on the ground that much on the front, because, you know, normally when the car is loose, it's because the front's all the way on the ground and the rear is all the way up, so it's not getting any air to the diffuser strakes. But I mean, the aero platform on this car, it looked like normal and fine. I'm not sure why it was so loose, but it definitely was, and yeah, it was a challenge, and it's a really fun car track combo once you can get the tires heated up and the car doesn't want to spin out all the time. But yeah, just great race.
It was a lot of fun. I want to point this out, is the Texas setup, not the Texas 2020 setup, before we make a mistake.
I don't know what the difference is between those. If it's on the Gen 4, probably just use the regular Texas setup.
Yeah, we're using the Texas one. Well,
because, yeah.
It was fun to go ahead and see what you can do. Ethan Stanley, you do have admin for race number 2. Want to go ahead and point that out. Session just went up. Password is IDK, and it is a 60-lap race. I want to actually talk to you about that in just a moment. 60-lap races. These races have been pretty short already tonight. You had race 1 getting done in some cases almost before top of the hour. Race 2 will probably get done before the top of the hour next time by. How do you have to strategize that? Because forever, NR Night in America used to be about how long you can stay out, right? How long can you hold on to your tires with these long races? But with viewers and drivers voting for more shorter races, how do you attack that?
I mean, it's really, there's still tire saving involved, really. If you ever run longer than like 15 or so laps, you're going to have some form of tire saving. If somebody can obviously get the jump on that and, get a big lead, it's a lot harder for the guy behind to catch up unless the guy in front just destroys their tires. But yeah, it's iRacing just kind of forces you to save your tires if it's kind of longer than, you know, like I said, like 20 or 30 laps. But yeah, I mean, none of these wins come easy. If anyone who wins in NR, even if they look into it, they had to put themselves there to get there, and just, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
No, it's very interesting to see. James Thurston, welcome to Victory Lane once again. Let's see what you can do in round 2.
Yep, I'm in the session. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday night, always a lot of fun. It's a very underrated night. Usually people come into Friday, and Friday gets wild, and I think this Friday is going to be very interesting. Introducing the tournament. For the ones that don't know, the tournament is going to be fantastic. I mean, I'm really excited for race 1, New Smyrna trucks. We'll keep an eye on the points. We'll let you guys know about the point system. And before that race 3, we'll explain everything. I'll let you know when race 2 is, race 3 is, race 4. It's always a Friday night, race 3. So we might have race 1 of the tournament this Friday. Next week is Bristol. So we might not have a stream until Sunday night unless I go to Bristol, which is, I guess, still up in the air. Not really sure. But you look at that and you're like, okay, well, this is now in play. A Sunday night race is in play. Do we do it on a Sunday night? Most likely we would as a race 3, or at least move it up to a race 2. But the idea is to make it consistent so everyone knows, whether there's marketing behind it or not. Hey, race 3, Friday night, that's the tournament race. That's the grassroots truck race. Got to go ahead and tune into that. Always a lot of fun. Let's say goodbye to the next gens for now, because we're bringing up Texas for race number 2. Last time we went to Texas, it was fantastic. It was unbelievable. It was loud. It was proud. It was honestly a whole lot of fun, and I think we're going to see a whole lot of racing this time by 60 drivers going for 43 spots. Bump day, driver count still pretty high. We already had 4 guys bump from this Tuesday night. For the ones that are back in school and still tuning in, we say thank you, whether it's college, whether it's high school. For the ones headed back to work and tuning on this Tuesday night, very thankful as well, as we get ready to go ahead and try it again. I guess that's why they're voting for shorter races on Tuesday and longer races on Friday. Get it all in, get all the action, and it's all honestly something different from every single stream. Let's get ready to try this one again. We are still looking at more Sunday night races. I think this Sunday night would be a big, big opportunity. Kansas, no, that's right, sorry. Kansas is next week, so we would be streaming that Friday night. That's interesting. Wow, that is really cool. We would be streaming that Friday night. So, yeah, gonna be a lot of fun, unless somehow I call a race that week. So keep an eye out for that. So Kansas is next week. I thought it was Bristol. I don't know why I thought it was Bristol. So Kansas. So we'll have this Friday, next Friday. So we already have 2 races in the tournament back to back. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think you guys are gonna love it. Texas is old Texas. I want to point that out. It is old Texas, not new Texas. Not the new layout. I think it's going to be fantastic. I think, oh, that's right, but the truck race might be on Friday night. Got to keep that in mind, so we might be having a Sunday night stream next week. We'll give you guys all the updates on social media. I know I didn't update the community tab because I was getting back from Daytona. Nonetheless, it's going to be a lot of fun. You hear that? Well, guess what? We've got cars on track, and they have started filling out the Texas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go green for race number 2. Overlays coming on here in just a moment. We're going to go trackside and wait for some drivers as we get ready to go green. That's right, the trucks race, what, 6, 7 times now on Friday nights? Used to be a lot more. I mean, a lot more. Getting ready to go green. Time to go ahead and get it done. Drivers on track, Hernandez, Bomar, 5 minutes. We are going to fast track it here in just a moment once everyone does go ahead and load into the session. Old Texas with a Gen 4 stock car. How about some nostalgia? I remember growing up how much I loved this racetrack. I mean, it was unreal. I loved it so much. Including in the COT era. I don't know why, but I just really did. Maybe it's because grandstands are full. I thought the racing wasn't bad, personally. But it just looked really cool. Joseph Armstrong down into his stall as we get ready to go ahead and fire it up. Loading on in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to go green. Loaded on in and ready to go ahead and get it done here for race number 2, 8:16 Central Time. We'll bring it back to me because we're getting ready to go trackside and get this one started. Qualifying, getting ready to go underway. So the second race of the night, race 3, Iowa Trucks. Race number 4. We'll go back at it. Xfinity at Nashville Super Speedway. Michael Mitchum, Cody Workman, Barbagallo and company have all loaded on in. To the viewers that have tuned on in, we say welcome as we get ready to rock and roll. Qualifying underway this time by. On the racing surface they roll. That's Max Steinmeier. In his first laps in, Max Swearengin. Lined up and ready to roll, Drake Berry. Ethan Stanley. Chad Thornquist. Will Shack. The number 35 machine. Just see how loose they get down off corner exit. Speeds well over 200 miles per hour. Keep that in mind as we get ready to drop for the green flag. If you're just tuning in looking for Darlington, that was race number 1, Marty Shamela. Ethan Stanley. All lined in and ready to roll. Nathan Scott. More machines rolling to 60 to the outside, Jackson Carr. Carr back to line, Hernandez on pit road, the 83 downstairs, getting ready to go at it, Cody Workman. Joseph Armstrong. Parks it up on the outside. James Thurston, top of the board. Schmidt back there in second. Let me rephrase that. Schmidt not back there in second. That's Max Swearengin there in third. That's Dickens in second. Scott back to fourth. Nathan Scott, I don't know what's up with him in the Gen 4, but he's just able to keep that car up front no matter where we go. Keep an eye on it as we get ready to retake the green flag. Thornquist. Skelton. Napier back to 22nd. Drake Berry 21st. Qualifying coming to a close. And the question is, will anyone be able to stop James Thurston for a back-to-back move? Got to keep that one in mind. Jackson Carr still rolling his way around. So qualifying coming to a close, ladies and gentlemen. Marketing on the social media side is now stopped as we can go ahead and focus up. Want to say hello to viewers down the chat. Who's down there with us? Phantom, James, Patrick. Let's start voting for Iowa Trucks. Trucks just never disappoint. How many laps would you guys want as we get ready to go green? Time to go trackside here in a moment. Spencer Burns. Rolling his way around. And there's the voting for Trucks Iowa. Spencer Burns' most recent win in NR Night in America was the duels for the NWP. That counts as a win because of how many... Oh, let me phrase that. That was the LCQ. He won the LCQ for the NWP, beating out drivers like Braden Movick, beating out a lot of household names. Well, guess what? Last time he won on intermediate, got to go all the way back to around February, March. That was Atlanta, Legacy Atlanta with the Gen 4 stock car. As we get ready to try it all again. Top of your screen, you'll see where everyone's gone ahead and qualifying as we get ready to go green. So 36 drivers will go ahead and take the green flag. Max Swearigan and company all lined up. Once again, want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in as we get ready to take the green flag. Iowa, amazing track. Excited to be here at Texas. Everyone gives Texas a bad rap because of how it is now. It's a different style of racing versus how it was when it was the Great American Speedway. I'm not sure if they still use that tagline, but we very much will. The Great Texas, the Amazing Texas is live. It's now Toyota Chevrolet, row number 1. Joseph Armstrong on that front row, and he's going to be lined up ready to shoot it out. James Thurston on the outside with him. It's Joe versus Thurston down to turn 1. If they can keep that car together, it should be interesting to see how this all lines up. Matt Skipper, Ed Gubick, buys Heller, Burns all the way back there in 31st. Has a long way to go. So does Barbagallo, Richard back there with Bomarb. And you got the rest of the field. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Time to get it done. And Armstrong blinking heavily on that outside lane. He has just been warned that he has to fix her. It's an L1 on the start. We will delay the green to make sure we don't have any issues with his blinking. Every time we go to Texas, he has some type of problem there at the internet. We'll keep an eye on it as we get ready to go green. Lined up, ladies and gentlemen, next time by the one to go. Welcome to race number 2. Thurston all lined in, Ethan Stanley as well. A 60-lap shootout as we get ready to take the green flag. Armstrong lined in, Ethan Stanley, James Thurston. The second race of the night. We've just been flying by with all this stuff, and it looks like he's not fixing it. He will get a penalty if it still blinks once the lights come off. Keep an eye on it. Dickens back there with Swearingen, Ethan Stanley, and Scott all lined in. Lights off this time by, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it again. The one to go from the great track out there in Texas. Let's also go ahead and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. The 20 has fixed the blinking issue, and we're ready to see the green flag. Bomar back there in 10th. Shamela, Mosteller, Gucci, and Colbreth. Lined in and ready to go. Let the nostalgia ring just one more time as this virtual crowd comes back on their feet as we get ready to see the green flag. It's the Great American Speedway Gen 4 stock car racing at its finest as we get ready to take the green flag. And start blinking again. Too late to go in and out-one them. Let them race. Chevy, Toyota, bring us down here from the great state of Texas as we get ready to grab a gear and light the fuse from Texas Motor Speedway. Thurston on the bottom, the squeeze, wheel to wheel to turn one. Armstrong on the outside, still blinking, trying to keep him at bay. Yeah, that drive on that outside lane, so have Dickens back there in third. Watching on the drag race, dogfight back to the line. Toyota Chevrolet, James Thurston will lead that lap. Armstrong downstairs, wheel to wheel. Tough to hold on to. You see these drivers already loose off corner exit. Thornquist way in the back. Thurston tagged by the 20. James Thurston is able to clear. He'll lead this one again. Lap 3 out of 60. A lot of race left to go. He looked back to his rear of the field. Chad Thornquist mired in traffic. Company on all ends. That's Matt Steinmeier underneath them. That's Mosteller watching on. 184. 187. One spinning way in the back. Up and into the outside wall, gets it back, refired out of the way. That's Skelton as we stay green. Buys Company, all rolling their way forward. Armstrong, keep an eye on him. James Thurston has checked out to a 3-2. Very interesting to see those inputs. How much is shaking the wheel? Gets it back, recollected. Top 4, top 7. Have all found a way to put themselves at bay in their own kind of zip code, should we say. The inside lane is the fastest. Now, we also found out if you hit that line, that white strip, you actually go ahead and get a lot more grip. Keep an eye on that as drivers try to play tag with that inside line. Matt Swearingen a little loose on entry. Scott Schmidt all lined up. Ethan Stanley putting the pressure to Workman. Stanley the drive to the inside. Dickens still watching there in third. Nearly a second back. Max Swearingen has got his horse rolling the right way up inside the fast 4. William Schmidt in a 4, the Subway 16. Sitting there, back there in the 5th, 6th position, should we say. That's actually Nathan Scott there in the 5th place spot. William Schmidt, the Toyota, there in 6th. Joe still half a second. Scott and Fitz still watching on lap 7 out of 60. A lot of separation from drivers way in the back. That's Demos back in 21st. Oh, he's in the outside wall. Sliding, a lot of damage for him. The caution's going to wave for the first time. Now, we clearly missed a big wreck way in the back. Now bring out the caution. We'll also bring out an L1 for Joseph Armstrong for internet issues. Let's go see what we missed. I mean, it had to have been way back there. See Will Shack already to the inside. And that's a lot of damage on the nose of that 87. We had to go even farther back, should we say. There's Max Steinmeier. .33 got junked way in the back. Steinmeier on the outside. Saw that spin. That's what we saw. That was what we went ahead and watched. Bomar in the 20 machine. Maybe not. Maybe a look to the inside with the wheel-to-wheel. Oh, there it is. Bomar sideways in front of the field, collects Aiden Walker. And that's where the damage went ahead and placed on that 87 machine. Thurston and company. All lined in. Dickens, Scott, Schmidt, Stanley, Workman. Lined up, and Joseph Armstrong. Continue to monitor the blinking. Once again, he will get an L1 if we do go ahead and see any more internet problems. Working lap 9 out of 60 as we get ready for the restart. Chad Thornquist in 8th. Cody Workman works his way up to 7th. Ethan Stanley is one you want to go ahead and watch for as we get ready to see the green flag. So we'll get ready for the restart next time by. We'll go ahead and see the one to go. We want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in. Yeah, there's still blinking issues with that 20 machine. He's going to have to go right to the rear. So next time by, we'll see the one to go. And we'll have a 50-lap shootout as we get ready to take the green flag. Well, Darlington was a lot of fun. If you're tuning in, still looking for that. Once again, that was race number 1. You can check it out whenever you want to go ahead and take a quick peek. Race 2 is here. It's now, and we'll get ready to see lights off in just a matter of moments. So Monsteller ready to go ahead and give these drivers the L1 as we get ready to try it all again. Dickens, Thurston, that will be row number 1 as we get ready to see the green flag. Lights off this time by. Kenyon, Hernandez, all lined in. And we'll see how this all goes back down. We might actually be delaying the green. There's still no penalties for the drivers that were given out. We're still trying to get in contact with the actual admin, who is still not able to go ahead and do anything. And we'll put the lights back on. So lights go back on next time by. We'll go ahead and see the one to go. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to everyone that's tuned on in as we get ready to go back green. So now we'll go in and see the one to go, Joseph Armstrong. Will drop to the tail end. The blinking has not been fixed. And this will be your lineup. Thurston, Dickens, Scott, Schmidt, Stanley, Workman, top 6. Thornquist, Max, Swearingen. All lined in and ready to go ahead and take us back to the green flag. So we're going to have an interesting lineup, getting ready to try it all one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. Who do y'all have finding victory lane tonight? Is it James Thurston going back to back? Is Dickens able to find his way through? What about Scott? What about Schmidt? How about Stan being the man back there in 5th? Ready for the restart. I think Thurston's got the best opportunity of finding victory lane. We got a lot of these guys back here that do not want to see him go back to back. Tuesday Night Thunder, let's get ready to try it again. Pace car, hard left onto pit road. Crowd rises back to their feet as we get ready to roll. Just one more time for the great state of Texas. Dickens, shot out of a cannon, takes the lead at turn 1. Schmidt's able to slot back to third, and James Thurston, the biggest loser on that restart, needs a drive off turn number 2. I just did not get going. You're worried that 26 jump the restart. Spin into the inside wall. Might have been Shaq. It's not. We stay green. Multiple machines able to get their way back forward. Joshua Dickens leads this one here. Nathan Scott under pressure. Chad Thornquist right to the inside. He's got company on all ends. Thurston is there, wants the lead right back. To the rear end of the 26, William Schmidt in tow. Dickens goes wide. Thurston to the inside. James Thurston top of the board. And Schmitty's gonna follow in the footsteps. The 2-for-1 special Chevrolet reigns here for the Great American Racetrack. Oh, Thornquist. Lost the rear end. Was able to get it collected. The Great American Speedway. Should we say Thurston Schmidt top 2? Watch those dials. To the inputs on the right side. Schmidt a wider arc. Once again, these drivers almost finished top 2. Last time went racing 190 down into turn number 3. Just showing that speed, showing that strength. Battling a loose race car, lap 17 of 60. Just gets it refired. That's why he's so good. Down off corner exit, and that's James Thurston, but Schmidt is there and he's ready to fight. Toyota versus Chevrolet. Is it back-to-back for the 29, or does William Schmidt find his way to victory lane? To get there, he's got to find his way through the 29. Gets to that rear end, just no bite off. Dickens under pressure. Chad Thornquist, another Toyota. Cody Workman, Nathan Scott, all watching on lap 18. Thurston is loose. Schmidt with the drive, 10 the difference. Looking for a 9. Finds it back to turns 3 and 4. Riding wide, daylight downstairs. What a battle. What a race, just 19 laps in. Thurston, mirror driving. Here comes Schmidt, looking to the inside. Thought about it, had to lay off. Now tries to drive on that outside lane. Man, they're just wheeling. You just see that rear end completely step out of the Toyota. Thurquist, Dickens. Dickens in trouble. Here comes Workman. Schmidt is there. 6 the difference to the inside of Thurston. This wheel is just not going anywhere. Toyota, Chevrolet, Thurston still holding on. 40 laps to go. And Schmidt's just getting squeezed there on that outside lane. You can just see Thurston doing everything he can to keep that Toyota at bay. The great racer from Texas, 3 wide behind. Now back 2 by 2. Scott yields to 6. Schmidt on the bottom. Mike in a drive. Thurston had to ease out of the gas. William Schmidt crosses the barrel, top of the board. Thurston's gonna try a drive on that outside lane. The strategy out of the South Florida native. Loves the outside lane at Homestead, trying it here in Texas. Schmidt the crossover, still locks it in. Now Thurston's got something here late. Look at all the time he just made up. Back to turn number 1. Riding on the rear of the 26. The inside lane very much is the preferred group, at least for now. But you can just see these drivers struggling with the tires wearing. Thurston downstairs, trying it again. Left side's on the paint. Schmidt on the outside, back to the gas earlier. Schmidt led that lap, and Thurston just clocks it on in to the inside of turn 1. Huge drive on entry. Needs the drive off exit. Can he cross the bow? Thurston once again, new race leader from Texas. That 29's become a fan favorite in NR9. Him and Demos, one of the most well-known drivers. Dickens in the wall. Chad Thurquist sneaks on through. How about this mosh pit? From 3rd to 7th. And Dickens is going to be the biggest loser right here. Might lose 2, maybe 3 positions. The drive off corner exit puts Stanley in the wall. Schmidt down to a 2-1. Flirting with the paint. 2-2 the difference. What a race we've had so far tonight. See Scott really just watching on, finds his way through Thurquist. Nathan Scott knows he has a piece to find victory lane with, but needs the consistency and may need just a little bit of luck because the top 2 have just completely checked on out. 2-2 the difference, back to a 2-4. Top 2 running virtually the same lane, but it's all about the drive off. Schmidt in the draft. Thurston with the clean air. Scott a higher line than the 26. Yeah, he's got to feel pretty confident right now. If you're about 1.5 back, you can see the drivers right in front of you. Whoa, Ethan Stanley just dirt tracking it down on turn number 2. Had a whole mirrorful of what was going on. Schmidt trying a different lane. How about half a click higher to see if he gets some type of drive off corner exit. Scott is there, battle for 3rd. Right to the bottom. Still wheel to wheel. Dickens able to hold on. And William Schmidt has now cut that deficit as Thurston might be struggling with tire wear. Lap 29 out of 60. I say that we possibly see a 3-4 car dogfight if this race goes green all the way. Love Thurston leading early, but I think him and Schmidt really went ahead and tore those tires up with using that outside lane. Keep an eye on that. Chevy, Toyota, Chevy, and Ford. That's your Fast Four. Stanley out of the pocket. trying to find his way around Workman. Skipper up to 9th. Barry up to 7th. Lap 47, let me rephrase that, 47 back, lap 30 out of 60. Scott trying to go in and find his way around the 26. Stanley trying to find his way around the 83. He's got a big shot, now Schmidt struggling. 4-7 back after just being a 3 back, trying to make up time. Half a second the difference between first and second, and Dickens is just mirror driving Scott any chance he gets. One smoking to the outside. Schmidt fading, Dickens making up time, so is Scott. Faster lap times now than the leaders in front. It's going to be interesting, we've seen that before. Where Schmidt and Thurston don't like giving up their track position, don't like giving up their position just because someone's faster. And with it being a shootout style race, you can't really expect anyone to just go ahead and roll over. Scott on the outside, no pressure for a wheel-to-wheel. And that's by design. He knows if he goes wheel-to-wheel right now, it derails any opportunity of finding the driver in second. He'll peek to the inside. He'll kind of run his own lane. You go wheel-to-wheel with Dickens, all of a sudden, you delay the opportunity and the time to catch Schmidt, then find Schmidt. Let Dickens go wheel-to-wheel, apply that pressure, and then kind of get that 2-for-1 special where Schmidt will lose 2 spots, and he's going to go in and lose 1 here. And you kind of just still run your own lane, finding your way through. That 26 has led a good portion of this race already tonight. Schmidt back to 3rd, maybe even 4th. Workman in 6th. 8 the difference for the driver in 2nd. Nathan Scott, easy in, easy out. They've got something there for that 29. But you can expect the fight to not go ahead and end. Schmidt really losing time now. Here's Ethan Stanley. Stan the man to the inside. 7 the difference between 1st and 2nd. I worry just a little bit if you're this 29 machine, because 2nd and 3rd are on their horse just past halfway. To turns 3 and 4. Scott still watching on. Stanley back there, now in the 4th position. 25 laps to go from Texas. Just the 4th race on this old surface. The first one was with the car tomorrow. Second one, the Gen 4. The third one, the Gen 4. The 4th one, you're watching it now as we close out round number 2. Schmitty back there with Workman. Workman running in line. 5-9, 5-7 the difference. Chad Thornquist, the lap machine. Got the fresh tires on. Wanting something to work. Trying to rally the troops. Thornquist will put the pressure there on Thurston. If you see wheel-to-wheel, which we will now see, the lap times carry back to the 26 machine. 3 drivers under a blanket with a shot at winning. 23 to go. Five back. 3-9 the difference. Scott is there trying to close in. That's still not a lot of pressure, but it's coming at some point. You can see it right back to the rear. James Thurston coming to pit road. Scott is in as well. Strategy from Texas. Man, he's just slammed on the brakes in front of that 26. I thought for sure we were going to see a repeat of Las Vegas just a couple weeks ago. Money stop time. Let's see how it works. Thurston's in his stall. Workman stayed out. And that 26 is going to have to go ahead and just drive it as quick as he can. He's coming to pit road this time. I think Chad Thurquist may come out the race leader. Schmidt is in. Cody Workman is in as well. Max Swearengin will retake this lead. A lot of damage on his machine. Here's Thurquist. Thurquist will come out in front of James Thurston. Strategy here late. I like it. I like what we see. And if this race runs green, which they're expecting it to do, a fight like never seen before is about to take place. Thurquist into second. Thurston fourth. Provisional race leader could be the driver in fourth, but Chad Thurquist had a 2-lap undercut. Nathan Scott comes out in front of the driver of the 26. Dickens now all the way back in 12th. A tough break. So they're showing him all the way back here. 1 lap down to Max Swearengin. A far-fetched maybe 15 seconds to Chad Thurquist. Thurston's got a roll. He knows Scott is there and is ready to find his way through. Does Max Swearengin catch lightning in a bottle? He had virtually no speed to win this race. But it's not looking good right now because even Thurquist is catching in, and he's catching in quick with 13 seconds of difference. Projected to catch that 15 machine within the next 10 laps or so. Scott knows if he passes the 29, he has the best odds of winning this race. Thurston knows if he keeps the 16 behind, he will most likely win this race. Armstrong on the outside, wheel to wheel. Thurston and Scott have fought for wins before. Look back at Michigan, a YouTube short was made out of their battle. Now they're looking to do it again. 12 seconds the difference for Chad Thurquist. Yeah, he's got just a no man's land right now, way out in front. James Thurston under 12 seconds, 17 laps to go. Scott watching on. And they're closing in big time. Huge rate to that 67. 16 laps to go. Swearengin losing a ton of time. Yeah, he's virtually out of this race unless we get a caution, then it forces everyone to pit. We're to say race leader possibly in trouble. How about Ethan Stanley? Closing on in. Scott under a second, maybe less. Maybe more, and should we say. To Thurston. Yeah, he just has that 29 all dialed in. Just gunning it right back to turn 3. 9 seconds the difference for Chad Thurquist for retaking this lead. 15 laps to go. He's lost so much time, so much speed. Thurston's just right on him. 2 seconds the difference. Provisional race lead. That's the dogfight for second. As Scott's got it under a second, though, that 16's right with him. Ford looking to go back-to-back on this Tuesday night with a win at Darlington and a win in Texas. He just needs that driver in third to find that race lead. Chad Thurquist, a sitting duck, dirt tracking off turn 2. Here comes Thurston. The drive to the inside of turn 3. James Thurston, provisional race lead, up to second. Here comes Scott to the inside. Still 7 seconds for Max Swearengin. Max has not visited pit road at all. That wounded Toyota just limping back to turn 3. New provisional battle for the lead. Ford on Chevrolet. Nathan Scott, 2 wins in NR. 1 from Michigan, 1 from Vegas. Trying to get the hat trick here in Texas. Still got 5 seconds. Do you worry about closing out the 15 or do you go for the battle here? The look to the inside. Thurston shuts the door. Scott on the bottom. Thurston on the outside. Do you get the drive? Oh, he's in the wall. James Thurston pancakes the right side with sticks on the board. New provisional race leader Nathan Scott. 1 around up near the outside wall. That's the 31 machine. That's Robin Rawlings. Got to get off the track. Multiple laps down. We're not throwing it for him. Gets off the racing surface. We stay green. Yeah, he's like 4 or 5 laps down. Should we say 1, but way back there. Thurston struggling to hold on to his machine. Now Thornquist caught that wall with that incident. And Nathan Scott has now caught Max Swearengin. 1-3 the difference. Can Ethan Stanley catch the driver in second for a duel here in Texas? 10 to go now. Coming down to 9, half a second the difference between the Toyota and Ford. 9 laps remaining. Max Swearengin doesn't put up a fight. Ethan Stanley fading off turn number 2. Nathan Scott, new race leader. And the question is, how does this race end out? Now Swearengin's just hoping for a nice top 10. Different strategy than everyone else. 8 laps remaining. 8-7, now a 9. No drive off once again for the 30. Another thing is he's got pressure for that 29 machine. What has happened to Dickens? Back there in 9th. Now horrible pit stop. 9 seconds back, way back there. Not even a contender. 1 second the difference from second and first with 7 laps to go as Nathan Scott is on track for his 3rd ever win. Here's Thurston looking for a way around. Trouble! Right in front of your leaders, caution's gonna wave. Barbagallo involved, and so did Robin Rawling. And we're gonna have a late race restart. Man. It was gonna be a popular win for a lot of the long-term viewers, not just of Better Night, but of this channel. Goes up and smoked 2 lap machines away in the back. The question is, was it worth it? We're gonna find out exactly who did what. And Barb just drove right through him. Rawling was going high for the 16. Couldn't hold the brakes. Stanley goes in the wall. Wow. Unreal. Let's watch it again. Yeah, Barbagallo hasn't been the brightest driver in NRNI. We'll point that out. Way off the pace. You can tell Robin's just trying to finish it. Both get out the throttle. Just runs him over. Granted, 31 wasn't exactly going fast, but yeah. An unnecessary crash brings him back on pit road, and we'll get ready for this restart. Joseph Armstrong down and in. As they actually have all already come back off, that's going to be the race off pit road. Let's see where they all line out. So Hernandez staying out on old tires will most likely get an end of line run for him. Nathan Scott, who was your race leader, got caught up in the pits, should we say in the pits, all the way back in 8th. Wow. And that's going to go ahead and make things a little interesting as we get ready for the restart. Let's get ready for the restart. So, we will have a green-white checker. Not an overtime finish, but a green-white checkered attempt. Which should make this very interesting. So Scott will now restart 6th. Thornquist will restart 5th. James Thurston once again did hit that wall, so did Stanley. Expect damage and issues possibly for them on speed. Dickens back there in 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to try it again. This race is not over. Lights off. 1 to go from Texas. Time to get it done. James Thurston lined up with Ethan Stanley, Chad Thornquist, Dickens, Schmitty, Scott, top 6. As we get ready to try it again, Kern Kraft off in the background, fans getting back on their feet. This is gonna be the restart. A shootout in Texas. Thurston, Stanley, Thornquist and Dickens. Chevy on Chevy. Ford's Toyota sprinkle behind. 2 to go from the Great American Speedway. Dickens tagged sideways. Down into the grass, up and into the air. And the caution will wave again. And he's going to park it right back on the bottom. And we will have a shot at another restart. Ethan Stanley's just junked. Let's go watch a replay. And this will most definitely start moving guys up. Stanley on the outside. Dickens came up. Yeah, that was it. 26 did on his own. Joseph Armstrong just got nailed on the nose. Juan Hernandez as well. Watch the air this 26 machine gets. Bam. Shamela. junked up. Now he tried to clear on that outside. Was not clear whatsoever. And we will have another restart. James Thurston, William Schmidt, Chad Thornquist, Ethan Stanley will now restart fourth with all that damage. Excited to see how this one comes down. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Hey, 200 likes halfway through. That means we're on track for 400 likes on this stream. Want to say thank you to everyone that's dropped a like so far tonight. 166 so far. If you want to get a race 5, feel free to go ahead and drop it as we continue into the nighttime. Lights still back on Chevy, 10 o'clock on the East Coast, working 9 o'clock Central. And we will get ready for a restart. Lights coming off this time by Mose going around, getting one of his laps back. Barbagallo going around as well, as we will have a 2-lap shootout. After this, we go to Iowa, ladies and gentlemen. So far, you guys are asking for 90 laps at the 7/8 mile racetrack there with the trucks. Chevy, Toyota, Chevrolet back to road number 2. Let's get ready for a restart. Then we go to Nashville Super Speedway. That's race number 4. Toyota all lined in. Just one of, should we say, none. One of one, should we say, up inside that top 10. Toyota, Chevrolet make it 2 up inside the Fast 4. Wow, someone doesn't know how to count. Well, we're going to get ready to go ahead and try this one again. 2-lap shootout. Now you're in overtime. What do you do if you're James Thurston? What do you do if you're William Schmidt? Like Schmitty on that outside lane. The question is he able to find victory lane? Getting ready for the restart. Schmidt, Thurston, Stanley, Thornquist, Scott and Walker, top 6. Grab it here one more time. 2 to go from Texas. Schmidt right with them down into turn number 1. See Thurston trying to clear that 79. Can't get it done off corner exit. Now he can. The block to the inside. William Schmidt, new race leader to turn 3. He's got to watch out, waiting for a drive off corner exit. Saraka, 1 to go for the Great American Speedway. Thornquist into the outside wall. I don't know if Thurston's going to have enough speed to catch up with him. Fading to a 3-4, 3-5 spin. Save way in the back. Push comes to shove. Wreck in the back. William Schmidt, victorious from Texas Motor Speedway. Hayden Walker up and into the air. Ethan Stanley with damage. And they were not able to stop Toyota in the shootout. Schmitty victorious. And that's how it's done. And that will end race number 2. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. What a race. We'll get ready to go ahead and talk with your race winner. As we'll get ready to try it again. That's twice now drivers have won with icons. Still burning it down. You know, there's a reason why we call him the closer. All of his wins have come from just closing races out. Race number 3, we head to Iowa, and that will be right after this. Let's go ahead and get a word with your race winner. Schmitty, to John, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Heck of a win, my man. Walk me through it.
Yeah, the first half of the race, I was no good on the long run, so I was in desperate need of a pit stop. Came in, and I was kind of surprised they as in Thurston and all of them came in a whole lot sooner than I thought. I pitted the lap, and I was really surprised to notice, like, on that little run afterwards, I was catching them. I was like, oh, what the heck? And the caution came out, and I saw some of them had damage. Then, I don't know why, but they took 2. I was...
Really?
Yeah, they all took 2 tires. The only person ahead of me that took 2 tires, I think, was the 16, Nathan Scott, but he ended up getting caught back in that whole restart debacle. So I was the first guy on 4 on the restart, and yeah, I knew as long as I just had a run on straightaway that I'd be able to get there and get to him, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, they were pushing, they were shoving, going back to the start-finish line. Restart, that was a big thing. Thurston was there trying to go and keep you back, and you just sent it off into turn 3. How does this track work from your vantage point? Because we've seen drivers use the outside lane. We've seen drivers do a lot of great things to make up time, but from what I saw from you was pretty interesting. You know, you were wheel to wheel with Thurston. Thurston got to the outside one time and passed you that way. This time you got on the bottom and just went away from him.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still trying to figure out how the track works myself. I did not run all that many races here, but yeah, I mean, I knew obviously the bottom was the fastest way to go, and the top kind of just shredded tires, which is why I'm as surprised as I am that Thurston was able to keep the lead for that long. So I just knew as long as I held the bottom and maybe drifted up to the middle a little bit to get a little run off the corner, maybe I'd be good. And I mean, yeah, it worked. So. Hey.
Well, you're able to find victory lane. You know, you are a closer. You went from like the greatest underdog to just a closer. Every time you win, even your eTicket event win, you just closed it out. That's what it came down to. How are you able to just close this thing out late?
I don't know, man. It's just pure luck at this point. Like, I guess it just, I know.
Well, you gotta have some type of skill, because if there's no skill, you have been right in the fence.
I know, but man, I feel like if there's anything at all to this, is that maybe it's just because I'm aware of like what laps actually matter and what laps don't. Like the first half of the race, you can kind of lay back, do whatever you want, save, and it won't negatively affect you too bad. But there's kind of like a certain lap where something just kind of clicks, where it's just like, okay, let's, pump it up a little more. Then another lap hits. It's like, okay, let's, try to go to the front, see what we can do. And normally, cautions that have come around those times, I just end up positioning myself really well, and somehow I get away with these.
Wow. It will be a night race at Iowa. That will be race number 3. William Schmidt, you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Yeah, of course. I want to thank, SKS. It's been a little while since we won, so glad to be back. Massive thank you to all the fans for
Session's out, by the way. I want to point that out.
All right, I better go do that. Yeah, as I was saying, a massive thank you to all the fans for sticking around. This wouldn't be possible without any of y'all. And yeah.
Well, it's always enjoyable. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
That's William Schmidt, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 3 starting right away. We've just been flying through this night. I mean, it has been unbelievable. Well, 90 laps, Iowa. That is race number 3 with the trucks. Short track racing at its finest. Want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in tonight. Thank you to everyone that tuned into the NWP 400. I mean, that was still huge. I mean, that was the highest watched e-ticket event on the scale of concurrent viewership and highest viewership. So really thankful for that. I think you guys are amazing. Really glad and thankful for everything you guys have done. NR Night in America obviously has given me a lot of opportunities to broadcast in person, and it's always a lot of fun to come on out here, whether it's a Tuesday night or Friday night, and probably going back soon to Monday nights. I think not next week, but the week after, might be going also back to Monday, Sunday. We're starting to go ahead and move this around so it's better for you guys to go ahead and tune on in. So keep an eye on that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. Session is up. Password is IDK. We're going Iowa racing for race number 3. Gonna be awesome. Gonna be amazing to see what these guys are able to do. Short track racing. I mean, I'm gonna look through Texas. I mean, Barbagallo said Robin didn't even go. Let's be real, he didn't go. But at the same time, they're both way out of it. I mean, that caution did not need to happen. Great finish. Happy that Schmidt won. But that was Scott's from here to Kingdom Come. Like, that was his win. It was his. No one was going to take it from him. It was really cool to see what he was able to do. But at the end of the day, I want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Oh, thank you so much, Andrew. Yes, this is me, the commentator. I've actually changed the mic up a little bit. I don't know if anyone's realized. Try to make it a little bit better on the audio. Not sure if I did or not, so I'll have to go ahead and watch back on some of the broadcasts to make sure. And I want to say thank you to Max Sweargen sending the $5 super chat. You know what? I didn't say thank you to anyone that's super chat so far tonight. Been so into the broadcast of racing. Thank you, Sputtermouth, for the Champions Club. Racer Kid saying howdy. Cooper Nash dropping the 10. Bulldog the 25. And we had Mike become a member. Max Sweargen chopped down the $5 super chat. Very thankful for that indeed. As we get ready to go ahead and try it all again. Let's get ready to do it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's right. Monday Night Football is coming up. So we probably won't do Mondays, but Friday and Tuesdays are going to be very consistent. So you got to go ahead and definitely keep that in mind. That's why we originally did the Tuesday, Friday thing, because, we couldn't go over, against the NFL. You're not going to beat the NFL. I know football is almost on every single day now in some cases, so should be interesting to see how things roll from here on out. But I think we got an e-ticket event coming up. Maybe, maybe not, considering how things go. I can't wait for the tournament, dude. Friday night tournaments are going to be absolutely fantastic. Most likely, 99.9% sure we're streaming this Friday unless something happens. If I get a call, then we will reschedule it till Sunday, which will be our last Sunday night stream maybe for a little while, depending on how things go. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're excited to see what the future of NR has to offer. NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. Race number 3, let's go trucking here from the Iowa Speedway. Zola, Workman, Ledsack, and so many others have gone ahead and loaded on in as we get ready to roll on out. Been a lot of fun, an exciting night indeed. I'm excited for it. The commentating. Yes, I do commentate in person. I also commentate on the sim. I've called races at the National Fairgrounds Speedway. I've called races at the Salem Speedway. I've been slotted to call races at Anderson and Volusia, but they both got rained out. And we'll see what other tracks are on the horizon. Really excited to see what they all have to offer, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to try it all again. Training paints loading on up. And we'll turn the brightness up one more time as we get ready to go green. Iowa with the Truck Series. Contreras, Sweargen, Northcutt, Mitchum, Gucci, Napier. All lined in. Michael Mitchum has gotten so much better at making paint schemes. Look at that truck. Beautiful. Nathan Scott rolling his way around Iowa. A very fun track to call races at. A very fun track to race at on the sim. I think these boys are going to have a lot of fun. I wish the Iowa Speedway still had racing with NASCAR in some way, shape, or form. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Let's get ready to go green once again. Thurston locked in. Max Sweargen needing admin. We're going to go ahead and give him the admin just in a moment as we get ready to do it. Will we have a race 5 tonight? It's not looking likely that we'll have one, but you still never know. We'll keep a close eye on that. Love Gucci's car. Barbagallo back in this race as we get ready to go green. Max Sweargen. Admin on for him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go trackside for race number 3 of the night. What happened to Iowa with NASCAR? They just don't race there anymore. They used to race trucks and Xfinity there. Now it's mostly IndyCar, but I hope they go back. I think Iowa deserves a cup date, personally. And they've done everything possible to get a cup date, which I'm really excited for. Yeah, the Robin Rawlings situation is unnecessary. He wrecked once and then wrecked twice. First one he didn't throw a caution for. Second one we were forced to throw a caution for. Oh, that's right. ARCA does race at Iowa. I should watch back on that because I'm calling the ARCA race at Salem over the PA for the 2nd year in a row. So, got to stay up to date with all the ARCA stuff. One day, hopefully, I'll call ARCA race with Fox. That'd be awesome. Or call NASCAR races in general. That is the goal. For anyone that's new and is wondering, yes, that is the goal. To call races in person. Vincent Gucci, top of the board in the 43. Joseph Armstrong, ready to go back at it. That's the 9. Matt Skipper. Aiden Walker, top of the board. And the trucks are going to truck Drew Lemsack. He might be doing Talladega Race 1 this Friday night. Keep an eye on it. Shamela. All lined in. Barbagallo. Zola. Locked in. 17, James Thurston. Locked in as well. Dickens, Skipper, Contreras. Trying to find some type of speed. Guard dropping the 5. Yo, John, hair on fleek today. Even after 2 races, any cup races you're planning on attending in the near future? Homestead for sure. That's definitely happening this year. I just came back from Daytona, but I'd say Homestead right now. I don't think Talladega's in the cards. I know last year I went to Talladega because I got VIP, and I called the race in Salem, Indiana for ARCA, and then drove all the way down to Alabama for that race really the next day. So, and then drove back. I didn't get a hotel. Maybe Bristol. Maybe. I know I got family out there in East Tennessee, so a couch should work. Winchester 400 is definitely one of the bucket lists. I know the guys that run the Winchester 400. What's great about, I guess, the future of broadcasting in my eyes is the fact that the connections have definitely built up the most this year. Like crazy, like wildfire, which is important, you know? In some cases for broadcasting, you have to know people to get the opportunities, so I'm blessed with the opportunities I've been given. If I get an opportunity to call Winchester this year, I'll jump all over it. Same with Snowball, same with All-American 400. But really, that is still up in the air, and we don't know who's calling what, when, where, how. Even with 2024, I'm excited for the future. You know, right now I am the broadcaster or the commentator at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And I call ARCA Salem. This will be my 3rd Salem race I'll be calling at the track in late September. So I'm excited for that one. Yeah, who knows what next year has to offer. I was scheduled to call another CRA race at Anderson. That got rained out. I've called a couple CRA races now. I've called the one at Salem. And I've called the one at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. I've called one ASA Southern Super Series race. That was the North-South Shootout at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Frank DeAngelis up to 9th. I know we're watching James Thurston qualify. He's right now the only one on track. Putting those laps in. But I'm excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I love calling races on iRacing. I love calling races in person. I love going back and forth. You know? No matter how high I get on the broadcasting spectrum, I would love to still do iRacing broadcast because it's so much fun. Let's get ready to go green. And that's the, you know what, Jason Trax, that was a big thing too, I've realized. Some announcers, they have that old school, you know, announcing style. And for me, it's a little bit different. Like when I solo cast, I've changed it up a lot since last year. But I mean by broadcasting on iRacing, obviously. But one thing that people have realized when I broadcast in person is that I have a different style of broadcasting. I try to get as excited as possible because racing's exciting. And as a broadcaster, your goal and your job is to add that exclamation point to what's going on the racetrack. Because if you don't talk at all or you have an exciting moment and you don't get excited, to a new viewer, they may think, oh, it's not that exciting. I'm just giving you guys the secrets that I kind of have. Not all of them, just a little bit. So when you see something exciting, you're up in the booth, you got to get excited. And something that I love to do is go into NASCAR races as a race fan, because the best commentators, in my opinion, are race fans. I got excited when I saw Wheel to Wheel at Daytona in the stands. I stood up. I loved it. You saw that crazy wreck with Ryan Preece. I got up. I enjoyed it. I was scared at first, to making sure he was okay. But then when he was okay, I was very excited to see. Oh, wow. There goes the voice. But at the same time, the goal of the broadcasters is to add the exclamation point to the exciting action on track. And even if things are getting spread out and things are getting, slowing down, they're just maintaining pace, trying to go ahead and get things going, still got to add an exclamation point to it. You know what I mean? There's always something going on, including an NR night. As in Aiden Walker starting on pole, Dickens, Scott, Mosteller, Vincent Gucci, your fast forward. Ladies and gentlemen, next time by, we will see the one to go. Let's get ready to go green. Time to get it done. 90 laps of action from the Iowa Speedway. I'm excited for the short track tournament. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what these guys are able to do. Frank DeAngelis starting 9th. Hey, we haven't seen Frank go to victory lane in a long time. Thank you so much, David Bell, saying go get him at Salem. Yes, it's going to be a lot of fun. Really excited for it. Bomar, Schmidt, Mitchum, Northcutt. All lined in as we get ready to go in and see the green flag. Vincent Gucci, Joseph Armstrong, Contreras. Locked in as we get ready to go green. I was trying to get my voice back. We're ready to go at it. Finishing up college. Yes, hello, Jacob Wilkerson. Let's go do it from Iowa. Yeah, tonight's all about doing tracks that are very much driver skill. It's very much driver skill night with all the tracks that we've got. We're excited for it. Hardcore viewers love it. I love it. It's going to be amazing. Next time by, we will see the one to go. Short track racing in NR night in America. Short track racing with the trucks. Always exciting, always a lot of fun. And we're ready to go ahead and get it back refired. Dickens, Scott, all lined in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. I think Dale Jr. is a great broadcaster. Toyota Chevy. Ford Chevrolet back to row number 2. Fans getting ready to go on their feet. It has been quick nights of racing in NR night in America. Now race 3 is on. Let's get ready to do it. Aiden Walker, Joshua Dickens, Daniel Mosteller, Nathan Scott all lined in. Another opportunity to find victory lane. Bring on the trucks. Bring on Iowa. Let's light the fuse out in the heartland. Demos on the outside. 3 wide with Scott in the middle. Always in the wall. Slams the right side, able to hold on to it. Dickens way wide off turn number 3. Gets that big run. You can see Aiden Walker shutting the door. Dickens downstairs, we stay green, one sliding in the back. Aiden Walker loses the lead for now. Nathan Scott back to third. Joseph Armstrong under fire. He's got DeAngelis right with him. Sideways 43, Vincent Gucci. Right in front of us, Stellar Caution's gonna wave. A 3-car incident will bring them all back together. That just wasn't meant to be. Saw how aggressive they got. Drivers love the trucks. And once again, it's a big preseason feel, I guess you could say, to what you'll see with Short Track Night in America. When we bring the trucks to New Smyrna, when we bring the trucks to Five Flags, the fairgrounds, Hickory, even Kern County. And now we get to see exactly what went wrong. We'll see it here. Ooh. Maybe a netco tap. Oh, very much. Joseph Armstrong still blinking, has not fixed that issue at all. And Marty Shamela involved in that one as well. You can see why. And just went down that flat. Looped it, braced. And that's how it ended. Is that James Bomar's truck? It is. Look at that. The Old Spice number 20. Looking beautiful as ever. Next time by, we'll see the one to go. Lap 5 out of 60. The Iowa Speedway, one of the best tracks on iRacing for racing. And that's the thing. That's one of the big battles that we have with NR Night in America. It's like, okay, well, the drivers love these tracks, but some of these tracks are not the most well-liked by viewers. How do you find that balance? That's been the big thing. Well, tonight we thought, you know what? Let's just do the tracks that we know the drivers are going to have a lot of fun with. And Darlington Next-Gen, Gen 4 Texas, Iowa Trucks, Xfinity Nashville Super Speedway. And then Friday, we started off with a bang, Talladega. We go into another big driver love track for race 2. And race 3, we start the short track tournament, the short track shootout for race 3. Once again, if you want to go ahead and join that, join the NR Night in America League on iRacing. Once again, just type in NR Night in America. You better request to join. We'll accept everyone, and we will get it all started. Race 1 at the New Smyrna Speedway. Well, Toyota, Chevrolet, all lined in, lights off, this time by, so we'll get ready for the restart. And that's one thing we realized too. We think it affected the NWP 400 in a way. Netcode has been a big struggle on iRacing recently. It was a big talking point during Daytona week, not just for the NWP 400, but for official races, official series. Netcode was just crazy. And we're wondering if there's going to be a big patch come the next update. We'll continue to look into that. Nonetheless, 200 likes. Drop a like if you enjoyed the Racing 400 likes. We'll get race number 5, working race 3 of the night. Time to go ahead and try it again. Dickens had a shot at Texas to go to victory lane. Was not able to go ahead and shoot the 6 shooters tonight at Iowa. He looks to get it done. Under the lights, Chevy, Toyota, grab a gear. Lap 6, now 7 out of 90. Scott on the bottom, wheel to wheel. Walker on the outside lane, able to hold on to it. Got DeAngelis up there. Look how wide they're going. Iowa Speedway Multi-Groove Racing. Aiden Walker, top of the board. The question is for how long, they work their way back to 1. DeAngelis rolling wide up near that outside safer barrier, trying to keep that pedal down. Dickens to the bottom. Walker on the outside lane, Chevy Toyota. $20 the difference, maybe 19 closing on in off turn number 2. Now consistency, that's what we talked about. Looking there with DeAngelis. Frank DeAngelis hasn't found victory lane in a long, long time. Looks to get one here. Back to the line. It goes Chevy, Toyota, Chevrolet, top three. Nathan Scott, wheel to wheel. Max Swearengin around the outside lane. Ooh, he's going to scrape the wall. Max pounds the right side. Contreras and Schmidt inching, stuck in their prey in front. 80 laps to go from Iowa Speedway. This 7/8 is definitely not an easy task to go to master. Track's going to change a lot. Keep an eye out for it. Dickens wants to lead right back to the tailgate of the 93. Walker to the bottom. Dickens knows the tail, lap 12 out of 90. How about James Bomar? How about Contreras? How about the PBR boys holding on? One sliding way in the back. That's the 8 truck. Dead sideways, we stay green. Dickens within a 12. Couldn't catch the rear end, lap 13 out of 90. DeAngelis up to that second lane. Trying to avoid the seam. Has speed to the rear end of the 4. The drive to the inside. Dickens in the unsponsored TRD. That Tundra holds on to second. But he got a great drive up that outside. Iowa Speedway designed that way for a reason. Have you ever listened to how Rusty Wallace went ahead and talked about turn 4? It's a little bit sloped there so drivers can use that right side to get that drive off corner exit. And Dickens looking to go in and use it again. Watch this run. You can just see it from this in-car, that little bunny hop. Slight angle to use that right side. Walker downstairs, trying to use the paint. Dickens on the outside, finds his way to the lead. Lap 16 out of 90, new race leader, it's the Toyota. Joshua Dickens, top of the board. Now DeAngelis wants to find his way through. On the outside, wheel to wheel, and Aiden Walker will find his way back to third. James Bomar, have a night, up to fourth. Can't clear the Toyota on the outside. The Tundras are 4 apiece, right in the middle of this pack. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Frank DeAngelis wants that lead and doesn't want to look back. Lap 18 out of 90. Bomar to the bottom. And same great racing on short track. That's what the trucks always bring. And that's why the short track shootout starts next Friday. DeAngelis, 2-8 the difference. Finding his way back to the line, lap 19 out of 90. Walker. 6-4 back, Max Swearengin, Contreras, Nathan Scott. Max up to the second lane. Able to keep Contreras at bay, puts him back there. Scott to the inside, wheel to wheel. Now, we haven't seen Spencer Burns anywhere on this racetrack, running way deep in this pack. The crossover. Contreras to the bottom. Trying to find his way around the 15. Scott back up the 7th. DeAngelis now under fire, Aiden Walker. Iowa's got a very old surface. That's the one thing you've got to look at. You could go out and lead early on. If you don't save those tires, you're going to be jumping way to the back pretty quickly. Lap 22 out of 90. Less than 70 to go. Nathan Scott on the move. Had a win stolen from him at Texas. Like to go and steal one from Iowa. Bomar looking for the bottom, can't get it done. DeAngelis, Walker back nose to tail. Lap 23 of 90. Frank DeAngelis has been dropping like a rock. Here comes Walker to try to overtake him. See, Frank's just running different lines. See Walker when he gets back to this gas. A little bit better down off exit. A look, a peek. Runs a little bit higher on entry. Gets it down to the inside off exit. Now the crossover. DeAngelis wide. Walker downstairs. Wheel to wheel. Chevy on Chevy. That's for second. But what's going on back here as well? James Thurston on the move. Nearly won Texas. Won Darlington. Now looking for a third win here from Iowa. Nose to tail. Thurston in the middle. Swearengin on the outside. Oh, Contreras is going to squeeze him. And the 92 is the big loser on that went ahead and shall we say move. I got really sideways down the bottom. Nathan Scott is there. Thurston aggressive back to the middle. Thurston in the fifth. Max Swearengin sideways. Around right in the middle of the field. Caution's going to wave again. There was no way with the way they were racing that they would be able to make it back. And Contreras didn't get room to Thurston. Max Swearengin wasn't given room at all. And the caution flies to the wind for the second time, working lap 27 out of 90. Well, we'll get ready to go ahead and try it again. And see how this all plays out. Let's watch back. This is a lap before. Thurston on the outside. Nathan Scott on the bottom. Watch Thurston with this move. Finds the opening. Runs right through it. Swearengin wide. Contreras on the bottom. Oh man, Max came down a lot. I don't know where he thought he was going. But that was all in the 15. I wanted to at first blame the 92. I was looking down at the chat when they made contact. No, that was all on Max Swearengin. Two trucks spinning. The 15 actually clobbered the inside wall. Bringing out the caution. Pit road, it's wide open. Next time by, we'll see just 60 laps to go. Everyone continues to chase Dickens as they work their way into pit road. And we'll have less than 60 laps remaining in this short track race. Well, the short track shootouts will be 100 lap races. Want to go ahead and point that one out. So it should be interesting to see how those trucks go ahead and master that. Dickens off and away. He'll win the race off pit road. Aiden Walker second. James Thurston into third. You got to love that 17. Beautiful machine, beautiful paint scheme. Race at Homestead Miami Speedway with the Truck Series in 2022 as we get ready for a big restart. Beaumont up to fourth. DeAngelis up to fifth. Max Swearengin back in sixth. Next time by, 60 to go. We'll see the one to go here. Dickens downstairs, Walker on the outside lane, Chevy, Toyota, all lined up as we get ready to go green. Race 4 will be right after this. Toyota, Chevy. Lined up, ready to go back racing. Mitchum in 7th. Scott back to 8th. Gucci, Northcutt, Barbagallo, Shamela. Tallman back in 13th. Getting ready for the green flag once again. Does anyone have anything for that 4 machine? Let's find out. Back underway from Iowa. Walker crossover, a look to the bottom. Slots his way through. Now Vincent Gucci got very loose back there, able to hold on to it. Dickens on the outside, Walker on the bottom. Toyota, Chevrolet still wheel to wheel. Oh, there it goes, Pomar. Right in the middle of the field. He gets it refired. And we'll lose a ton of positions. We stay green. Didn't collect anyone. Walker, 3 the difference. Trying to find the speed. Down off corner exit. You see Thurston going way too wide. No positioning at all for that Ford. Ford, Chevy, Toyota up inside the top 3. Lap 34 out of 90. And Dickens is really running that middle groove. That's what's working, but you see James Thurston running wide up near that outside wall. Walker in tow, back to the bottom. Thurston once again up to that 3rd groove. The drive off corner exit. Walker. Mitchum. Mitchum back and forth under pressure with a Ford and a Toyota behind. Trying to keep the 150 at bay. Still can get it done for now. And it's also to close in on the 4 machine. 3-1 to 2-7 the average difference. And what can Thurston do? That outside lane's just been working out for him. 6 the difference, the duck to the inside. Walker on the outside lane. Puts it back in drive. 37 of 90. Yeah, that's the longest race of the night, race 3. Getting these drivers acclimated to what's to come, including next week. Who's excited for the short track shootout with the Truck Series? Basically at our night's Truck Series. Gonna be a lot of fun to see. Mitchum, Schmidt, Scott. Scott is there, back to the outside. Gets the air off of William Schmidt. Daylight to the bottom, does he take it? Not better, goes right back to that outside. Lined up, synced up, lap 39 of 90. Consistency. The difference between winning and finishing in second. Hayden Walker nearly jumps the wall. Mitchum to the bottom. Scott to the outside. William Schmidt to the middle. To 1 and 2. Hayden Walker. Finding the good fight, back down to 3 and 4, still 4 the difference. Now he's able to keep that 4 machine at bay. That's what it's all about right here. Don't let him get away and still try to go ahead and close on in. He's able to close on in that time by, but James Thurston has been on the back and going, and he's not going anywhere, should we say. That's Michael Mitchum at the bottom. Mitchum is due to find victory lane. The lunge back downstairs. Scott in 5th. Thurston back to 3rd. Lap 42 out of 90. Still 2-4, Hayden Walker. Closing on in, big opportunity. Dickens wide up near that outside wall. The bite back down off corner exit. 3 the difference between the top 2. Well, what Thurston's doing up here, all the way near that outside fence. Mitchum on the bottom has been making up ground to the drivers in front of him. Nathan Scott, a different lane. And this is what makes Iowa, Iowa. Multi-groove short track racing. You can't ask for more on this Tuesday night. 44 out of 90. Walker to the bottom. Can't get the drive off corner exit. Dickens off the outside lane. Walker couldn't get to him. It's one of those drives going to be very tough to hold on to. Thurston able to close on in. What does Walker do? Back to 1 and 2. Last time he put the lunge into turn 3. He's going to do it again. Dickens, the drive off the outside, nearly a swipe on the tailgate. Just being smart, being consistent. Watching, stalking, the prey up in front of him. Walker back to the inside lane, James Thurston. Really just watching on, lap 47 to 90. $30 the difference. Joshua Dickens on that outside lane, still trying everything to go in and hold him back. Aiden Walker, on the other hand, has now lost grasp at the top spot, back by a 3-2. Thurston's up there in 30, see how high he's running as well. Michael Mitchum into 4th, Nathan Scott into 5th. Schmitty, Northcutt, Shamela, DeAngelis, Frank the Tank to the inside. Gotta be smart, that's what it comes down to. See Contreras running that outside lane. Aladam Contreras up to 9th. Walker there again, a drive, a send to the inside of 3 and 4. Dickens runs that outside lane well. Aiden Walker still not giving in, back by a 20. I thought he was going to lose some time, but he's got 40 laps to really play with this food, and that's exactly what you're going to see him do. Trying everything. Look at James Thurston. Finds a different zip code up near the fence. Now Walker's going to try it. Oh, he catches the wall. Aiden Walker into the outside wall, pounds the right side, and loses some speed on the lead. Thurston back by a 1-2-5. I don't think he should run that wall again. He has no speed up there. I mean, he sees Dickens do and he holds on. But I mean, man, that's just got to be brutal. Feeling like you have a great lap going, and next thing you know, boom, just goes right away from you. Dickens up to that 3rd seam. Walker right behind, watching, stalking once again. A lunge to the inside of turn 3. Dickens wants that drive. He's going to get it back. This is the racing you want to see on a Tuesday night. Walker trying at it again. TRD versus Chevrolet. He's just able to hold them back up there. The 93 clear. Couldn't get it done. Lap 54 of 90. Becoming a tough situation. Tough to handle. Walker sideways, trying everything to get back to that rear end. Dickens on the outside, Walker on the bottom, contact between the leaders. Dickens goes sideways. Caution's gonna wave. I mean, he didn't even try to make the corner. And just like that, we will see a restart. I don't know if he was mad at the 4 from holding him up, but I mean, he just took him out, and for no apparent reason. Unless we don't know, and there's something that was talked about. Dickens goes around, caution is out. Pit road's gonna be open this time by, and this is giving the make or break. And look at all the spots that 4 machine lost. Wow. What comes around goes around in NR Night in America. I'm not sure that the 93 will get a penalty for it. With it being trucks and it being late nights, something is going to go ahead and snap. He didn't even come close to making the corner. Walker is in. Thurston, Mitchum, Scott, Schmidt. All lined up, Northcutt. Into the stall, Shamela as well. We're going to go ahead and check back to see what happened after pit stops here in a moment. Right sides most likely going up on these machines. Kind of in that area where it could be a 2-tire stop. I don't think it can work at all. I think it's going to be 4 tires mostly. No, maybe not. James Thurston is off and away. Vincent Gucci wins the race on pit road. Walker comes out second. Thurston comes out third. And Vincent Gucci will lead us to the green flag. What happened there with the 93? Let's go see it. We saw it live. Oh, I mean, you can see the wheel turned. Look at this angle right here. It's dead back to the left, but it was not lifting whatsoever. Just got that 4 machine sideways. Well, the good news, the 4 isn't out of the race. The bad news, he's got a lot of cars to get through, and Barbagala has not made any friends tonight. That's the 51 truck of Tallman. I wasn't happy with him at all. We're not sure exactly what happened, but we look to go ahead and see the green flag this time by. Gucci, Walker, Thurston, Scott, all lined in, getting ready for the restart. Little drama here at the trucks, but always exciting when we drop that green flag. A little argument over spots, and we're going to go and put the lights right back on. Drivers arguing of where they were going to go. And we'll go around just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, Iowa has given us great racing before. Get ready because it is not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Thurston, lined up. Nathan Scott. Vincent Gucci in the race to stop suicide 43 will lead us to the green flag. Matt Skipper. If you enjoy the racing, feel free to drop a like on the stream. Who's ready for the short track shootout? A new series starting at NR Night in America, presenting the trucks at short tracks around America, mainly the grassroots short tracks. Let's go green. Pace car, hard left onto pit road. Iowa comes to their feet, back underway from the Heartland. Gucci shot out of a cannon. Lights flash into the grandstands. Thurston is there, looking for an opportunity. Aiden Walker down on the bottom. Thurston in the middle, Vincent Gucci. Does he get the drive off? He does, right to the tailgate. Vincent Gucci to the lead at Iowa. Now what can Walker do on that outside? Whoa, the drive off. Michael Mitchum, outside wall. Cody Workman around. Into the inside retaining wall. Out of harm's way, we stay green. Now Gucci's fading big time. Nathan Scott is there, stuck in the prey. The look, the peak. Scott to the inside. Hayden Walker's just running that middle lane. The question is, that drive off, I really worry about it as we get closer to the end of this race. James Thurston's watching on. Fresh tires now downstairs. 2 Fords stuck in the Chevrolet. Now a Chevy to the outside. Scott shuts the door there on the 43. And Vincent Gucci sends in a slider. Oh, he's going to go sideways. Mows the lawn. Down in the infield grass, we stay green. And the excitement levels are back to the roof. What do you do if you're Aiden Walker with Scott closing in? A 3-5 to a 3-3, looking for the 3-2. That's Shamela back there in 4th. Dickens in 8th, needs to make up time, knows he has a race-winning truck. Walker made the rounds down the chat for his latest move. 25 laps to go from Iowa. Scott's got something here all the way down that inside lane. 2-6 the difference. Walker to the bottom. Paints the yellow line. Now drives wide up near the Geico sign. 24 to go. These Fords are hungry right now. They're not just going to settle for 2nd and 3rd. Walker, lane 2. There's the drive. Another peak to the bottom. Remember what Walker did just a couple laps ago. Scott's going to remember that. The question is, will he dish it out? Iowa Speedway. One of the greatest tracks on the sim. Showing why here, Shamela up the 4th. DeAngelis, Dickens, Lebsack, Mosteller, Vincent Gucci. Household names battling it out up inside the top 3. Here's Thurston again. For the difference. 3 the difference. What a drive for the driver of the 19. He's going wide. He has no problem losing time on entry. It's all about that drive down off exit. Cracks the 2.7s. Cracks the 2.5. Running in the middle. Peaking for the bottom. 20 laps to go from Iowa. Nathan Scott trying anything and everything possible to find a way around Aiden Walker. These 20 laps are going to be tough. See Thurston running up near that outside lane. Ooh, up near the fence, no contact. But with 19 laps to go, the battle's going to be between Ford and Chevrolet. Shamela, Contreras getting greedy. Down on the inside, a tap of the tailgate is able to bring it back with a wheel. Thurston riding high. 3 the difference. DeAngelis to 8th, Skipper to 9th. Have a night for Matt Skipper. Nathan Scott trying everything he can to go and close on in. Walker now chunks it to the bottom. They got a bad exit. Saw that 93 get loose. 2-7 was a 2-2. 17 to go. Time's ticking. Here from Iowa. It's like a game of chess. What move is going to help me out, and what move could hurt me in the long run? Is this the right idea to run the middle? If I make up time now, does it leave an opening for things to go wrong in the future? 3-horse race. Thurston 17, Scott 19, Aiden Walker in the 93. Half a second. Walker in the middle, up near the wall. Scott still lined in. There's James Thurston. I think that 19's got to go back to running that outside lane. He's so much better down off exit. Paints the yellow line down to the bottom. Half a second the difference. Thurston's got speed. Right to the rear. This might be a big dogfight, but if they're going to fight this one out, they've got to go to make the situation happen quick. They work on each other way too long. Aiden Walker's going to go to victory lane. Shamela, Contreras. Watching, waiting. Thurston to the tailgate. Scott's lost time, needs to find a way to gather it back up. 7 the difference. Now 6 the difference. They just don't have that speed that they want. Now 12 laps to go from Iowa. DeAngelis, Lepsack, Mosteller, all lined in. Scott under pressure. James Thurston finds his way into second. Now the question is, what can he do? Up near the fence. Sticks on the board, 11 laps to go. Can James Thurston make that time up? Drops to a 6.5. Closes into a 5.9. And so he's making up time. He does have time to go ahead and get to that tailgate. The question is, though, if he makes a mistake, does that go ahead and be the nail in the coffin? Now 7, running that outside. Walker trying to take the line away, gets loose, down off corner exit. Thurston back in gear, half a second now the difference. Oh, this is not over. Could very well be one of those classic truck race finishes in NR Night in America. Thurston wide, watch the rear end of the 93. See this little bunny hop right here? That's where he makes a mistake. Walker didn't make it at all that time by. Lap truck right in front of him, running the outside. That's Tallman. Now half a second the difference, 8 to go. To the middle of 1 and 2. Contreras, Dickens downstairs. The drive to the inside clears the Contreras machine. Quick blink out all internet. 8 the difference, 7 to go. Does the lap truck hold up the 93? Scott there in third. Thurston there in second, 6 to go. Trying to get it. 1 second back. Walker with a massive lead. Now he's got it made right here as long as he doesn't see a caution. We've seen things go south before. Tall man in between. Thurston back by a full second. Aiden Walker made contact with Dickens in the later portion of this race. Brought out the yellow. Was able to find the race lead right back. With 5 laps to go, opens the lead up to a second. Now 4 remaining. Thurston in the middle. Lap truck now in front of him. DeAngelis company, that's the battle way in the back. Vincent Gucci, Matt Skipper, James Beaumont. All had damage from a previous incident. Three laps to go. See Thurston right in the middle there of Barbagallo. The duck to the inside. They couldn't find a line to beat the 93. 2 laps remaining from Iowa. Nathan Scott, Shamela, Dickens in the mix as well. Fighting down off corner exit. Aiden Walker's gonna make this race official. Salamanca, 1 to go for the Heartland. Scott under pressure. Shamela is there watching, creeping, trying to make up an extra spot to find the podium position. Controversy late in this race will bring Walker the checkered flag. Aiden Walker victorious from Iowa. Thurston shunts the wall. He gets second. Scott gets third. Shamela all finish it off as the 93 goes to victory lane. Aiden Walker victorious in race 3, race 4. Right after this, the final race of the night. And we like to say thank you all so much for tuning into this Tuesday night action. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. Let's go talk to your race winner. So he's going to go ahead and park it there on that start-finish line. Interesting way to end this one. More racing left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Want to say thank you to everyone that's tuned on in. Nashville Super Speedway Xfinity Series. Right after this, 60 laps to end the night. Aiden Walker, so John, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Walk me through that win.
Most of the race, I just saw how Dickens was running the outside, so I decided I wasn't trying to wreck him first. I didn't expect him to go so far down on the exit 4. We came together.
I saw your wheel going to the left. I know some people, or let me say a good amount of viewers, were not happy with that move. But I definitely saw the wheel to the left. I know you're not the type of person just to take guys out on purpose. But that definitely did make a big difference in this race. From your perspective, you said he came down off the corner?
He has been coming down off the corner. It's just the last time by he did it, he didn't come down as far. He just kept it a little up. So I wasn't expecting him to come down so far. And my right front tire was just... after running the top that one time, with how iRacing's tire ball is, it kills the tire. So it's unfortunate with how it happened. Yeah.
Well, it was interesting. Still a great race. Talk to me about Iowa. How this track is. It's very different than other short tracks out there.
It really, how it was tonight, usually if it was like Xfinity or anything higher horsepower, it would have not been anywhere close to this. It would have been probably everyone would be running bomb trying to save tires. With the truck, it's so much about momentum. It's almost like just how the Next-Gen is at Kansas. If you're battling someone for any position, all you have to do is just rip the top and you keep the position, even if your tires are like.
That's why he kept diving down in there.
Yeah. Like, I was trying to save tires. It's just, even if you save tires and got like 2/10 quicker than them, they get such a big drive off that you can't do anything against it. That's why on the final run I decided to just run right next to the fourth seam things and just run around there the entire time, because that was just the way to pack, was just keep the lead. Even if you destroyed your tires, it was like that. So
wow. Well, very interesting to see how that goes down, or went down, should we say, at Iowa. Are you excited for the short track turn? By the way, session is up for the final race of the night.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll do that because it isn't one of my favorite combos. So
But do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Well, Jason Beckman's in the chat, so he designed my legend car, so he gets a shout out. Beckman Designs. So 213 Simware, Cogdill Motor Company, which is one of my real life racing sponsors, Blue Line Tennessee, and SKS for getting 2 in a row tonight.
Hey, well, always interesting to see when you guys go to victory lane. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
Did Kern County just come out?
No, it comes out at the end of the season, I think.
No, because there was just a trailer that dropped for it. Said new content. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's not dropped out. It's not till the end of the season.
When is the end of the season?
Next week on Tuesday it should be out, or Wednesday.
Wow. So next
I'll
Tuesday?
Yeah.
If it comes out next Tuesday, that would be the greatest thing ever. Would move Kern County up to race 2.
It would be a slight rush first up. It would be a slight rush first.
No, we would just be ready for it. We would be so ready for it. Like, the second Kern County comes out, like, we'd be on it. Like,
Right.
It wouldn't be that big a rush. So we might make Kern County race 2, but you're excited for the short track series. That's the big thing.
Well, we could do a Kern County doubleheader.
We could do
We're
it.
releasing a dirt track.
Oh, well, well, yeah, that is true. That is true. Technically, we do get 2 tracks with it, so we'd keep that in mind. But nonetheless, Walker, was a lot of fun watching you go ahead and race out there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's interesting. We got to keep that in mind about Kern County technically having 2 tracks. But if Kern County comes out next week and we do the short track shootout this week, well, then I might go ahead and put Kern County up to race 2 and move 5 Flags and Fairgrounds around. So keep that in mind. If Kern County does come out next week, from what I'm hearing, it will be Kern County race 2 for the short track shootout. Fairgrounds will go to the finale, and 5 Flags will go to race number 3. Well, race 3 comes to a close. Final race of the night, ladies and gentlemen. So glad to have you all with us. So glad to have you all sticking around as we get ready to roll. Once again, if you want to join the short track shootout, look up NR Night in America under leagues on iRacing. We'll be accepting drivers there for race number 3. Keep an eye on that. The eTicket, well, not an eTicket, sorry. The series will start this Friday. Race 1 at New Smyrna Speedway. Looking like a night race, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And it showed once again tonight why people love trucks. Trucks at short tracks, it's our SRX. SRX fills out grandstands to the rim at all these racetracks. And we realize every time we go to a short track, grassroots track, we bring the trucks, everybody wants to see it. It's like must-watch content. So why not make it a race 2 or a race 3? We're looking at actually possibly making it race 2 on Friday. Do Talladega race 1, do trucks at New Smyrna race 2. So we'll see how that all plays out. So keep an eye out for it. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you all are excited for it as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. So glad to have grassroots racing at NR Night in America. 100 laps of New Smyrna Speedway this Friday, right after Talladega. Talladega will be race 1, still TBD if it'll be race 2 or race 3, but we will be on top of it. Well, Nashville Super Speedway getting ready to try it again. Let's get ready to go green. Drivers loaded on in as we get them all lined up. And we will get ready to go and do it. Final race of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone that's dropped a like on tonight's stream. Very thankful indeed. Ecker, Kenyon, Lepsak, Gucci. All lined up and ready to go green. Jason Beckman, load on in. iRacing cap is off for Nashville Super Speedway. That being race number 4. Lepsak, top of the board. Vincent Gucci, David Joyner, all lined on in as we get ready to see the green flag. Devins Baker loaded on in, waiting for drivers to go ahead and get their final times in as we get ready to go green. More machines down and in. Welcome to Nashville Super Speedway, ladies and gentlemen. Time to go green. Lepsak, Bukhari, Kenyon, Tallman, Weeks. All lined in as we get ready to see the green flag. We will be back this Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. So keep an eye out for it. Devins Baker and company. All locked in. Coming back to me so we can go ahead and advance the session, ladies and gentlemen, just one more time as we get ready to go green for the final time tonight. Time to go ahead and get it done, qualifying, getting ready to start here once again. I can't wait to go and listen back to this stream to see how the new audio sounds. Gucci, Tallman, all lined in. 67, Chad Thornquist. We're excited to see Chad Thornquist race more in NR Night in America. Yeah, the races tonight went by a lot quicker than I think most expected. 3.5 hours for this stream. Probably will end under 4. Aiden Walker. Cody Workman, Daniel Mosteller, Demos in the 27. Wow, that's an interesting one. Bridgman, one of the Canadians in this field. Bunkari, ready to go at it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Final race on this Tuesday night. Bennett, Bomar. Bomar lined up down off corner exit. David Joyner. Joyner on the bottom, and that Ford back to the line. "60 laps to end this night." We've had a great race tonight. That's the big thing. We knew tonight was going to be all about underdog. Car track combos. That's why we did it, because we're excited for this Friday, man. This Friday is going to be absolutely unreal. Going to be a lot of fun to watch. I think Charlotte's going to be on the schedule as well. That might be a race 3. Might bring Kansas back. We know Kansas is another one a lot of people have been looking forward to coming back. So we'll do Next-Gen Talladega, trucks at New Smyrna for the Grassroots Championship. Or the Grassroots Shootout, should we say. Charlotte and Kansas. I think we're going to go Charlotte Next-Gens and Kansas Gen 4. That's the big 4 races. I got to remember that being the schedule. Contreras. All lined in. And we're just finding out James Thurston was not able to win Iowa because his forced feedback broke. With 9 laps to go. That's why he dropped back so much. I was worried about that too. I was wondering why he was falling so far off the pace. Let's get ready to go green again. Time to get it done. Weeks, Bunkari, Mosteller, Walker, Northcutt, Tallman, Joyner, Gucci. All lined in as we get ready to take the green flag. Final race of the night. And William Schmidt will make it into the session. Time to get it done. So glad to have you all with us once again Tuesday night and our night in America as we get ready to go back green. Time to go green. Scott, once again, will be going for a win. He's back there in 4th. Northcutt, Tallman, Joyner, Gucci, Lemsack, Beckman, Contreras, Bomar, Ecker, Kenyon, Bennett. Lined up. Lined in, let's go green. One last shot at a win for the night. Round number 4. We're going to get the one to go right away, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and say those magical words now. Before we go ahead and end this one off, Bunkari there in second on the outside of row number 1. Another one looking for his first win in NR Night in America. Weeks on the bottom, back there in third. Looking for an opportunity to find his first win in NR Night in America. Time to go ahead and get it done, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to roll just one more time. Bunkari off and away. Nashville Super Speedway. Joyner, Gucci, Levsack, Beckman, Contreras, Eckert. As we get ready to go green. For the final time tonight, and this time from Middle Tennessee, it will be a shootout of 60 laps. Let's do it one more time. Xfinity from Nashville Super Speedway. Let's light the fuse from Middle Tennessee. Demos on the bottom, Bunkari. Maybe a squeeze, maybe not. Mosteller to the lead. Northcutt on the bottom, lined up with Walker. Tallman trying to find his way through. Daniel Mosteller will lead lap number 1. That big margin too, you see Bunkari really dropping back. Scott in the 0-0. Lines up with Joyner in the middle. Would have fanned their way back to that outside. Joyner sneaking through. Matthew Weeks. 3 the difference, closing on in on the Chevrolet. Aiden Walker's gonna be looking for another win. Lap 3 out of 60. Joyner on the bottom, Scott still in tow. Finds the outside wall, Nathan Scott to the bottom. Got Northcutt there, 3 wide. Struggling to hold that car together. 2-6, 2-5. Maybe 2-4 the difference. Toyota closing in on the Chevrolet in front. And Joyner's doing everything he can to try to hold on to that car. You see Scott loose down on the inside. Jason Beckman thundering on the outside lane, wheel to wheel. Tallman, Gucci. All lined in, River Page back in 12th. Matthew Weeks, 21 the difference, right to the rear end of Scott. Walker's right with them. And you gotta think about this, could very easily be a caution-free race. The look to the bottom. Northcutt on the outside, swiping the bow. Scott muscles his way through, wheel to wheel. Matthew Weeks, 13 the difference. And Devins Baker on that outside. Rolling wide, 17, now 16 coming up. Demos just cannot get that drive off corner exit. See from this far view. Entry point. Trying to hit that yellow line, just tagged it. And Weeks just gets a drive down off corner exit that makes it work oh so well. Lap 7 out of 60. 17 the difference. $14 back. Trying to get him roughed up, looking back to the bottom. 10 the difference, down to a 9. Weeks looking for the lead. A first-time winner as a race 4, how about that? If he can find his way around Demos. Walker, company, all lined in. Scott sneaks his way through. Chad Thornquist back there in 9th. Nashville Super Speedway, not a track that's known for having a lot of issues, a lot of cautions. And NR Night in America right now showing as they work their way back, lap 9 out of 60. $16 the difference. Beckman with Northcutt on that outside, wheel to wheel, Chevy on forward. Tom in there as well. Can't find a way to sneak through the machines in front. Josh Kenyon. Another one under pressure. Joshua Dickens in that motive, looking to the outside. Baker in the wall. I'm curious to see what Weeks wants to do here. You know Walker's got speed to go to victory lane. David Joyner's never won a race in NR9. He's up there in 4th. Back to turn 3. Matthew Weeks right near that yellow line. A better drive down off exit will be maybe wheel to wheel with this 27. Limbo down to the inside. Demos got down that flat. And Walker's closed in, 4-5 the difference. $12 back, $11 back. Weeks stalking his way back to 3 and 4. I love what Joyner's doing here as well. Back there in that 4th position. Matthew Weeks 20 back from finding top of the board. Nathan Scott. Lines up on the bottom, back there in 5th. The NASCAR Xfinity Series, final race of the night. Kenyon, oh, actually, let me rephrase that. That might be William Schmidt in trouble. Got blocked to the bottom by Chad Thornquist, the 67 in front. Schmidt looking to split it 3 wide. Northcutt lines up in front of the machines. A lot of damage on that 16 man, just held one up. That's Cody Workman. Dropping like a rock, say see ya. Jumps out of the way. Beckman, Northcutt, 15 the difference, 14 the difference now. Aiden Walker there in 3rd. $14 out of 60. Weeks to the bottom of Demos. Battle for the lead. Toyota on Chevy. Scarlett got it rolling right back to turn 1. Demos off the outside lane. Matthew Weeks right on the bottom. He's got a big send down to 3. Holds it side by side. The question is the drive off. Mosteller on the outside lane. It's allowed Aiden Walker to really close on in. This will be a 3-car battle for the lead. Weeks downstairs. Does he get the drive? Not able to clear. That 27 is going to make it very difficult. Weeks now clears. Does Demos go for the crossover? Daylight downstairs, looks top. Blocks the 93, they're back wheel to wheel. Mosteller 27. Weeks in the 11. Aiden Walker looking for the 2 for 1. 17 out of 60. The look, the push. Mosteller, another fight to the bottom. He's just able to keep these guys at bay. No one's really able to get away. Oh, Weeks going wide, had to lay off the throttle. Mosteller able to stick with it. Walker's just watching on. To the outside lane. Matthew Weeks will lead that lap. 19 out of 60. How about Jason Beckman up to 6? First time racing at Nashville Superspeedway. All locked in. Battle again. Weeks on the bottom. Trying to clip the yellow line. Aiden Walker right in tow. $13 the difference. Weeks gonna fade. And went from the lead back to third. David Joyner. Nathan Scott, 5 cars under a bubble. And this is the best racing we've seen from Nashville Superspeedway in a long, long time. Here comes Weeks again to the inside. He's got to get some type of fight back to the center. Aiden Walker once again. Wheel to wheel, 40 laps to go. Joyner and a shove off corner exit. Weeks on the bottom. Walker a squeeze on the Toyota. Trying what he can to still keep him at bay. 22 out of 60. And you just saw it right there on that rubber come out the left side of the machine up in front. Walker, Weeks, David Joyner, Nathan Scott now in the mix as well. Top 5 in a bubble of their own, one into the outside wall, but way out of the way we stay green. Someone's got to yield here in second. Walker's going to lock it in. And here comes David Joyner. Joyner on the outside has never won a race at NR night. Best finishes, usually from Homestead, with the Gen 6. Looking to become a pro wrestler here soon in the future. A look, a drive, ascend to turn 3. Walker is there. 11, maybe 10 the difference. He's got lap traffic right in front of him, Contreras. Something to keep an eye on. 12 back, when do you make the move if you're the 93? Scott's just in tow right here. Not really making those big moves. Walker going for a peek. 25 out of 60. Demos just running his own race right now. Going to the bottom when he needs to, holding on. The only problem is Walker is sending some speed to him. Joyner is now closing on in, and Nathan Scott might be able to close this one out as he ducks to the inside of the 85. Scott to third. Joyner back to fourth. 2-7 back for Aiden Walker. 3 the difference, maybe a 3-2. Demos. Another drive off corner exit. 2-4 the difference. I love what I see right here. A lot of guys applying that pressure. Matthew Weeks right to the rear, should we say has pressure from the rear end. David Joyner. And Joyner's been so smart working around this racetrack. So consistent. For the ones just tuning in, we say welcome. Looking for Darlington, that was race 1. Daniel Mosteller starts closing in on halfway, but has had to fight the good fight. Lap 28 out of 60. It's been a struggle. William Schmidt working his way forward. Cody Workman. How about this mosh pit? Jason Beckman, Josh Kenyon. Beckman, a lot of damage there on the nose. And Bunkari, who started up front, has dropped like a rock back to 12th. Finds his way around the 14 machine. 29 out of 60. Nighttime racing from Nashville Superspeedway. Joyner in 5th. Weeks back to 4th. Scott in 3rd, would love to find a way around Ada Walker. Laying out of that throttle. Demos able to open it up to half a second. Scott Meyer back in traffic, an opportunity to jump into the capper position. Runs to the bottom. Demos. Downstairs, top 4, top 5 under a second and a half. Top 4 now under a full second. Back to the line, welcome to halfway. Pit stops are going to be happening here soon. And that's when we're going to see the real difference maker on who's got what it takes. Some might be able to stretch it to the end, but I see pit road becoming a big, big talking point when we get to the final laps. Ford in tow, back there in the 3rd position. Matthew Weeks again. Closing on in, that's for 4th. 30 laps to go, down to 29. Scott in 3rd. Workman back in 7th. Josh Kenyon. Kind of in a world of his own. Walker, pressure, Scott, the peak out of line. He thought about it, couldn't get to that bottom. Demos losing speed off corner exit, had it done sideways. 3-7 the difference. 33 out of 60. Yeah, he's gonna be tough to beat. Scott again, another look to the bottom. This time the wheel-to-wheel will stick. Nathan Scott going for glory here at Nashville Superspeedway, looking for his 3rd win in NR Night in America. This race easily can run green all the way through. 34 out of 60. The drive into 1. 6. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Oh, brush the wall. Once again, the Xfinity Series on the old damage model. Not the damage model you see of the trucks or now the Next-Gens. A scrape, a hit, a slam on the right side. Checkmate. That's exactly what it is. Keep an eye on this as drivers continue to go ahead and run forward. Scott, 6 back. Walker, Weeks, all lined in. .25 laps to go. Multiple lead changes of this caution-free race, at least up to this point. As things continue to go ahead and work the way they should. Look back towards the rear, Josh Kenyon has Dickens, has Bunkari, has Tallman. all lined up in their tracks. Schmitty, Workman, Cody Workman have a night. Not a lot of issues for him. 24 laps to go, half a second the difference. And back there to turn 1. 4-8, 4-7 back. Walker has company, that's Weeks right to the rear. Top, bottom, another peek to the inside. Nathan Scott closing on in. Man, Mosteller went wide. Let me rephrase that. That was just a lap machine going wide. But nonetheless, Scott able to keep it within the 4. A blink once. 3-7 back. Aiden Walker back in 3rd. Weeks back in 4th, wheel to wheel. The drive off corner exit, 22 to go. Lap traffic, that's going to be the big thing. Scott not able to get through lap traffic, better than Mosteller. Weeks is there, nearly just chunked the back end of the 14. Haven't seen a bump and run out of the top 4 so far tonight. Oh, Weeks sideways, down off corner exit. Is able to save it, 21 to go. Beckman went from 6th, now being lapped back in 16th. Scott finding his way around the PBR machine. Beckman runs wide, 21, now 20 laps to go. William Schmidt back there in 6. Aiden Walker. 3rd, no competition just yet. Is it a bridesmaid once again for the 00, or is he able to slot his way to victory lane? Lap machine in front of the 27. Demos has never won in this number before. He's got the opportunity right there for him. 3 the difference, River Page, next lap machine. Not running the line, running about half a click wide. (23, 22, 22 the difference. Scott is there just watching on. 18 laps to go in the race. (20 the difference. That's one of those classic finishes. Mose is there holding on. Scott back to the bottom. Getting one of those runs off corner exit to go ahead and make this thing work. The drive, the look, down to turn number 3. 23 the difference, the 27 can't go wide. Lap machine was there. Scott got the drive off corner exit. Here he comes, 17 to go. And who says you need cautions to have a race be entertaining? 13 back, 11 back, down to a 10, peaking for a 9, down to turn number 3. Something's gotta give. Sweet 16 from Middle Tennessee. All those lap trucks back there making it difficult. Aiden Walker stuck in the middle with them. Weatherman going another one down. Walker to the bottom, finds his way around Page. Scott still stuck in the fray. Demos just gonna have to be smart. Any mistake opens up Pandora's box, and Scott's gonna just go ahead and run with it. Nathan Scott, Daniel Mosteller, 27-0. NASCAR Xfinity Series Racing, the final race of the night. 15 coming to 14 to go. Demos has it all lined in. Trouble, River Page. Lap machine way in the back. We stay green. The last thing this 00 wants to see is a caution. Oh, Scott wide, no speed, down off exit. Or should we say may have gotten a little. Demos, no speed off exit at all. Tires blistering. Speed out the window. 13 laps to go. Rubber coming off both machines. 3 the difference, maybe a 2. Scott using the entire track all the way up near the wall. Now he needs more lap machines. Let's look in front of this 27. Nothing but clean racetrack. As far as the eye can see until the next lap machine, who's just crossing the start-finish line. If he's gonna win, it's got to come off the speed. 12 to go. To turn 3. Mose to the inside, trying to hog that yellow line. Nathan Scott losing speed now, 3/6 the difference. Here's the battle for third. Sticks on the board as the top 4 can very easily shuffle out in these final laps. Demos knowing just has to get the drive off corner exit to gain momentum. Now, both these guys did a great job at saving tires. I mean, you saw a lot of dogfights throughout this entire race, including up inside the top 4, top 5. But nonetheless, it's all about what you can do late. Sparks flying off the rear of the 00. 10 laps to go from Nashville. Looking for the next lap machine with the 27. All the way down to turn number 3. These closing laps, he may just go to yield and get out of the way. Wants no one to go ahead and affect what's going on up front. 29 the difference. 30 the difference. Scott loose off corner exit. No speed, no momentum. 9 to go for Super Speedway. Four or 5 back. The battle for third. Weeks back there with Walker. 3rd and 4th. Aiden Walker. Watching, creeping, looking for a way forward. Sliding that rear end. 8 laps to go. And this is how the drive will come to a close. Half a second the difference. Needs a mistake. Scott just made one there. Kisses the outside wall on the straightaway. Daniel Mosteller looking to become the 4th different winner tonight on this Tuesday Night Thunder. And Friday night, we're gonna have a stacked crowd, stacked field, because short track shootout race 1 of season 1, the tournament, starts this Friday night. 7-5, 7-4, 7-3. Yes, can gain in, but needs to be perfect the rest of this race. The odds of that happening, slim to none, because the 2-7 has stayed out front and is not looking to lose it. 6 to go this time on. A caution-free race from Nashville Super Speedway. Scott on the bottom. Mose in trail. to 3 and 4. Nearly a full second the difference. See, William Schmidt, one of those guys, didn't get the best qualifying. Needed a caution to have the best shot. Well, guess what? Oh, there he goes. Weeks around right in the middle of the field, and the caution will weigh with 5 laps to go, and we will have a restart. Oh boy. Turn 4. A problem spot, and the driver up in the top 4 goes right around. I was saying we were going to have a caution-free race. You can throw that out the window. Same almost happened with Texas. Wow. This is going to get interesting. Pit road will be wide open, and they're going to be coming in droves. 2 tires, 4 tires. That's the question. We'll look at the replay after we see who comes on in and who stays out. Pit road, it's wide open. Mosteller in, Scott in, Walker in. And it's money stop time. Now, for the ones wondering, YouTube now places ads in the middle of streams. It just automatically happens now. You can't take it off. It's okay. That's why we have hours of content. Pit road's open. 2 tires, 4 tires. What's the move here? Right side's going up on all of them. Do you see the left sides? Is it a 2 tire stop? Mosteller off and away. 2 tires. That was it. Scott going for 4. He's off and away. River Page is there. Let's rephrase that. That's the toy machine of Dickens. 2 tires versus 4. And just like that, the strategy is on. And Demos thought a lot of these guys take 2 tires. He knows track position's important here at Nashville. But this is going to make it very interesting. How does this play out for the rest of the night? Last race, possibly the last restart. Chevy, Ford, Toyota, Dickens and Company. Pit road is swung wide back open. We're going to have a 2-lap shootout to end this night. Didn't get to see the replay. Let's go ahead and take a look at it now. Now looking for Dickens here before we go ahead and have that restart. Nope, not able to see him. Or should we say, Weeks can't find him, won't see the replay. This is it right here. The one to go. 2-lap dash, green, white, checkered. Time to go green. Pace car, hard left onto pit road. This is going to do it. Mosteller, 27. Scott, 00. Dickens, Tallman, Walker, Schmidt, top 6. 2 to go from Middle Tennessee. Dickens on the bottom, making it difficult for the 00. Can't get that drive off, still wheel to wheel. Mo's able to pull away. Here comes Walker to the bottom. Look 3 wide. Wasn't going to work. They're going to make it back. Salamanca, 1 to go on the night. Dickens in the middle, making it difficult for Scott on the outside. And that wheel to wheel has just opened the door for Mostello to pull away. Last gas, 3 and 4. And an exclamation point on a beautiful night of racing brings Daniel Mostello to victory lane from Nashville Superspeedway. Mostello gets it done in Middle Tennessee. Dickens, Walker find their way back to the line and chunked up into the outside catch fence. And that's how it's gonna end. The 2-7 finding victory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, that will end the racing for the night. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Round 5 is only if we hit 400 likes. There's a lot of competition tonight, trust me, I know. I saw it. A lot of competition, a lot of people streaming, back to school, parents putting people to sleep earlier, putting their kids to bed earlier. People, high schoolers are back, college kids are back. Same thing that happened last year, the same thing that happened the year before. It's just the time of year, but guess what? It doesn't matter what time of year it is, because Friday night is going to be ecstatic, exciting. We have a new series coming this Friday night. We have Talladega Next-Gen this Friday night, and it's all going down live on this YouTube channel. Doesn't matter what Friday night, what time of year it is, it's always going to be exciting. Expect a pack house. Expect a packed driver set. Everyone's going to be wanting to race that night because a lot of new is coming on in. Bump Day is going to be huge as well. So glad to have you all with us, ladies and gentlemen. That will do it for the night. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. And guess what? In a couple days, we're going to be able to go ahead and hear the thundering sound of machines one more time. Well, we say goodnight, but I'll see you all very, very soon. I'm going to go ahead and rest the voice again, get it back, because, man, we have grassroots coming. We have super speedway race at intermediates. Still not sure if it's going to be race 2 or race 3, but we will keep you all up to date on that. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. So glad to have you all with us. That being said, have a great night, ladies and gentlemen.